Okay, should be live. I don't normally stream on this computer, so I had to like readjust a whole bunch of things. It looks like everything is up and running. Okay, so it's been a while since I streamed on this machine. This is the, well, I don't know, I'm starting to call this the AI Workstation because that's kind of what it has become. So this is the threadripper computer, for those of you who remember the threadripper computer. Every time you see me with this background, so you got this weird looking curtain here behind me, that means that this is threadripper. Every time you see the curtain, that means it is threadripper. If you don't see the curtain behind me, it's not threadripper. It's that simple. Because you would think that these are trivial things, so people often ask me like, are you streaming on the Godlike? Are you using the Godlike? Are you using the, what GPU are you using? Like it's always a static setup. It's not like I'm swapping GPUs constantly. I would damage the PCIe connectors if I was doing that. So these are some static computers. So this is going to be the threadripper machine. Just to kind of do what we always do here, let's go ahead and bring up the spec. Oh, let's claim the login bonus. Ooh, a Zoo's meal voucher. Those are extremely rare. So we're gonna go ahead and grab that. The challenge quest is up for those that are wanting to attempt that. And then we have here the options. So just to show, we are playing the game at 4K frames, 60, because you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna use frame gen to double it up to 120. That is the way to get the best experience on this game. Always cap the frame rate. Never run a game like this uncapped because you will have a bad time. Okay, and here are the computer specs on the screen. So we are playing the game with the AMD Ryzen Threadripper 9960X, 24 cores. The amount of memory in this system, these are RDIMM, 128 gigabytes of system memory. And then the GPU is the AMD Radeon AI Pro R9700 with 32 gigabytes of VRAM. So this was like one of the most important reasons why I wanted this GPU, was because of the 32 gigabytes of VRAM. If it didn't have 32 gigs of VRAM, I probably would have never even bothered to get this GPU. And the GPU driver is the latest one. This is the Wickel 25.10.2. Direct storage is using the CPU, which means this is Direct Storage 1.0, or some variant of version 1 for direct storage, similar to Forspoken. So now we can see on the top here, estimated VRAM usage, 13.42 gigabytes of VRAM, which is actually, I don't know how accurate this is, because I tend to find Task Manager a lot more accurate compared to the actual in-game, because the 9070 XT cannot handle this game with the highest resolution texture pack enabled, while also outputting to 4K resolution. It ends up stuttering when trying to use OBS, for example. Now, when you play the game on a 9070 XT with the 4K, with upscale, etc., with the highest resolution texture pack, it doesn't really stutter. But if you try to stream on the same GPU and do all this other stuff and have the 4K texture pack, you basically end up maxing out the VRAM, causing the stutters to occur. With the Radeon Professional 9700, that no longer happens, because now we have 32 gigabytes of VRAM. There's so much VRAM that it doesn't matter. Now we're going to look at Task Manager to show the actual amount of VRAM. So here is Task Manager. You know, I'm just going to leave in the corner there. So here, so this is the GPU, the Radeon AI Pro R9700. You can see it's actually using 20 gigabytes of VRAM. 20 gigabytes of VRAM is being used for this game. So if this was the 9070 XT, we would be out of VRAM because we have to use the stream software needs VRAM to run the video codec engine for encoding, and then also the game is using a ton of VRAM as well. So this is the main reason why I wanted to go with the professional version, because up until now the way I've been playing Monster Hunter Wilds is I would either use the 5090, which also has 32 gigabytes of VRAM and is the only graphics card that can actually handle this game at native 4K resolution. And then for every other graphics card, I would use upscaling. So I would basically use AMD's FSR upscale and use quality preset, because remember, we're playing at 4K, we're on a 4K monitor, so we basically run quality. Quality means if your output monitor is 4K, that means your actual internal rendered resolution will be 1440p. So I'm effectively playing this game at 1440p. Then AMD's FSR 4.0.2, so this is FSR 4. FSR 4 will upscale the game to 4K. So if this was an NVIDIA GPU, we would have access to NVIDIA's DLSS, and we could do the exact same thing as what we're doing with this FSR. So this is the best experience. The one thing you cannot do with the DLSS that you can do with FSR is you can actually change the sharpness filter on the upscale, which actually makes the game look a lot more crispy. The fact that people complain about this game looking blurry and not sharp and that stuff, that's because they're probably using DLSS and they don't have access to the sharpness filter. So you only get the sharpness filter if you're using AMD FSR. This is like the secret way to make Monster Hunter Wilds actually look better than Monster Hunter World. But so few people actually know this. And the default is actually 0.5. So it's 50% upscale sharpness. I actually maxed this out to 100% or 1.0 of the upscale sharpness, and that's the reason why. I mean, it literally tells you right here, adjust the level of graphical detail used when upscaling. The higher the number, the greater the level of detail. So this is the way to, quote-unquote, fix the image quality of this game. Because this game, up until today, even today, this game is still one of the most demanding multiplayer games on the market as a live service multiplayer game. Hey Marcelo, hey RK, what's going on? Can you game and generate cute cat photos at the same time? Yeah, you can. I can. I mean, I can. Well, I mean, yeah, I have VRAM, so I can do it. I've got the VRAM. You can see here we got VRAM. So if the members saw the video, the members saw that I added back the Intel GPU. But I have something very interesting to report. So I spent probably 2 hours this afternoon troubleshooting a problem with this computer. And normally I don't have problems with Threadripper because Threadripper just works. So what ended up I discovered essentially a BIOS bug with ASUS's TRX 50 Sage. So let me bring up GPU-Z, because GPU-Z is actually what tipped me off to the issue, or the root cause of the problem. So those of you who watched the live stream last night, you guys saw that I basically turned my Threadripper computer into an AI Workstation. So literally now it's the same Threadripper. So we are using the 9960X 24 core, 48 thread. These are 24P cores. So it's not some kind of weird combo of like big cores and little cores like on the Intel CPU. So here we have all the big cores, all 24 of them, and they all have SMT, which is the generic hyperthreading, so they can scale to 48 threads. So we got essentially 48 virtual CPUs running with 128 gigabytes of memory. So if you do the math, For 24 cores multiplied by 4, that puts you at a minimum requirement of 96 gigabytes of system memory for an optimal ratio of cores to RAM. That way you don't have any issues with Windows Scheduler if you start using apps that eat up all your memory. So I actually over-provisioned, so we are running 128 gigabytes of system memory at 6400 megatransfers because this is Threadripper. This is A, C, E, and G quad channel, so we've got 6400 no problem. It's super easy to do on this platform. It's plug and play, you don't have to do anything. It just works. Then we have the 2 graphics cards that I installed yesterday. So the ASRock Radeon AI Pro R9700. And let me bring up GPU Z here, because that's actually what I wanted to use to show this. Bring it over here. Here's GPU Z. Okay. GPU Z will show us the truth. So, we have oh, the mouse isn't showing. Hold on. How do I fix that? How do I show the mouse? I don't know why it's not showing. Anyway, well, oh, there it is. Okay. So, ASRock, sub-vendor ASRock. So we have Radeon AI Pro R9700, Navi 48, the die size 357 millimeters squared. This is a monolithic. This is not a chiplet-based design. You can see that it is in fact running at Gen 5 16 lanes. So the left number means this is what the graphics card is capable of supporting. So this graphics card can do 16 lanes of Gen 5. The right-hand side number is the number that the slot that you have it installed in is allowing it to run at. So I have it in the very top slot of the Asus Sage motherboard, and sure enough, Gen 5 16 lanes. Full bandwidth, no compromise. This is why we go Threadripper. Because we are running a second graphics card. So the second one is from XFX. This is the one that was unboxed back on Monday. That I actually have the box literally right here. I actually have the other box. So this is the second GPU from XFX. So the XFX Radeon AI Pro 9700 is also running at Gen 5 full 16 lanes. So none of this, oh, I want to run 2 of them, and now I'm going to drop to like half lanes. No, I don't drop lanes. Full bandwidth, full 16 lanes, full Gen 5, full performance all the time, both GPUs. So that's the second AI Pro. So we got dual 32 gigabytes of VRAM on here. All right. That's what I installed last night. So, earlier today, if you guys are members, the members saw the video. So, the members know that I added back the third graphics card. The Intel Arc Pro B50 graphics card is back in the system. Now, in order for me to run this GPU, I had to remove this. So I had to remove my Asus Hyper M.2 4X SSD card. So this card is not a self-bifurcated card. This was previously installed. If you watched the live stream last night, this was the card that I had installed at the very bottom of the motherboard. In the last X16 slot, I had 4 SSDs installed in this card. So I have taken it out. I have put the Intel graphics card at the very bottom of the motherboard. And that's when the problems started happening. So, the issues that I started experiencing were audio glitching. Like, I would watch a YouTube video, and I would start hearing occasional, like, the video would, like, stutter briefly, or it would almost have, like, an audio. The video playback was fine. It was totally smooth. But the audio, the playback of the sound was occasionally hitching. It was like, it's hard to describe. It's like, almost like there's this weird noise where the video just kind of, like, the volume, like, rises suddenly, and it's like a pop. Like static or something, like some kind of electrical noise. And then at other points, the video would sound mechanical. Like the sound was kind of like not coming through clearly. So I started thinking, like, what is going on here? Is there something wrong with the audio or something? So then I started opening up applications like DaVinci Resolve. Yeah, audio cracklings. It was intermittent. Like crackling sounds that would come and go randomly while watching a YouTube video or playing back a video in like a local, you know, like a VLC player to play back one of the YouTube videos locally. You know, like it was happening on that too. In fact, it was happening on that more often than in the browser. So I was like, something weird's going on. So then I opened up DaVinci Resolve, and DaVinci Resolve would just randomly start crashing. The program would just literally crash, and then I would try opening it up, and then all three of my monitors would like go black and then come back, and then it would be like refreshing the Windows Explorer. So I was like, okay, something is really weird here with this computer, and this was not happening yesterday. So then the next thing that I did was I opened OBS to try to like check OBS to see if there was like something with the settings for the graphics components for the encoders. So then what ended up happening was when I opened OBS, the computer literally blue screened of death. But it blue screened in a really weird way. It didn't just straight up blue screen, because remember, Threadripper has error corrected memory. It has RDIMM RAM. So if a Threadripper is blue screening, then you have a serious hardware problem. It's not a software problem. If you're blue screening on a Threadripper, that is the sign that something is wrong with the hardware, which is usually the worst of a problem that you could possibly have. So at that point, I knew, okay, something that I installed in my computer, some change that I made physically has gone wrong. Like, something is really broken here. So I restarted the computer. Well, actually, I turned off the computer. I looked at all the wires, everything. Everything seemed like it was connected correctly. So then I turned back on the computer. I got into Windows. I decided to open up GPU-Z because I was thinking none of this was happening until I installed the Intel graphics card in the bottom PCIe slot. Previously, I had this graphics card in the second PCIe slot, which is currently where the XFX card is, and none of this stuff was happening. So I was thinking something weird's going on. So I opened GPU-Z. This is why GPU-Z is like the MVP here, because GPU-Z is what tipped me off to the problem. So I was looking in GPU-Z. I was going through all my different graphics cards. So I was like, okay, let's take a look. Let's look at my first graphics card, ASRock 9700. Okay, I was looking here, like everything looks good. Gen 5 16 at Gen 5 16. Okay, let's look at the second graphics card, Gen 5 16 at Gen 5 16. And then I looked, and then I was like, let's look at Intel. Then we go look at Intel, and here's where things start looking weird. I was looking at this, and I looked over here, and I'm like, okay, Intel B50 supports 8 lanes at Gen 5. And lo and behold, on the right-hand side, it was reading 8 lanes 5.0. And I was looking at that, and I'm like, wait a second, hold on, something is not right here. That is physically impossible. Gen 5, 8 lanes is not a thing that the bottom PCI slot is supposed to be able to do. It literally read in GPU-Z 8 lanes 5.0. So when I was looking at that, I'm like, how is it doing that? Because physically, the bottom slot is 16 lanes Gen 4, not 16 lanes or 8 lanes Gen 5. But then I started thinking for a second, I was like, wait a minute. So I know this GPU only has 8 lanes, and I know it's Gen 5 capable. The slot is 16 lanes electric, but it's only supposed to be capable of 4.0. So I was like, is the Intel GPU somehow able to upsample from 16 lanes of Gen 4 to 8 lanes of Gen 5? Because 8 lanes of Gen 5 equals 16 lanes of Gen 4. So I was like, that doesn't make sense. I don't think hardware works that way. I don't think PCIe is physically capable of doing that. I was thinking of the Samsung Evo 990, which is capable of doing, like, it has a dual hybrid controller that can do 2 lanes Gen 5 or 4 lanes Gen 4. So I was like, is this doing something weird like that? But I was thinking the only way that's possible is if the Asus motherboard actually supports Gen 5 on the bottom PCIe slot. So now I need to bring up the website for Asus to show you guys how I solved this problem, because this was a fantastic problem that this is a really good lesson. I might make a whole video about this TRX 50 Sage. So let's bring this up here. Yeah. Okay, so TRX, we're gonna have to swap this over to... Okay, it's too big. Okay. So you guys can see here, this motherboard has 5 PCIe slots. The ones with the bold and silver lines are Gen 5. The lower 2 that don't have an as thick silver outline, these 2 at the bottom are Gen 4. This one in the middle, this one right here, is X4 Gen 4. This one is meant for the USB 4 add-in card, which is exactly what I have installed for my capture card. So that is what I'm using there. But the bottom one is 16 lanes of Gen 4. That is what was previously running my Asus Hyper M.2 for 4 SSDs. And I know the issue was not that it was in RAID mode, because at this point in time, I had already gone into the BIOS and I had already changed the setting for the bottom slot from PCIe RAID to PCIe X16. For those that don't know what that means, in the BIOS, if you set it to PCIe RAID, it is going to automatically bifurcate that slot into groups of 4 lanes for however many lanes that slot has. So in this case, when I set it to RAID mode, it does 4, 4, 4, 4. Now I had already changed it back to 16, so that wasn't the issue. But according to GPU-Z, where's GPU-Z at? Bring this back up here. What is this doing off here? Okay, GPU-Z, according to GPU-Z, GPU-Z was reporting that the slot was allowing the Intel graphics card to run at Gen 5 8 lanes. So I was like, that is physically not correct. There's no way. That must be a bug in GPU-Z. GPU-Z is misreporting this information. But then I started thinking, hold on a second, wait a minute. Why am I having these issues? And the other thing that also made me think something is wrong with the Intel, it's Intel's fault here, I was thinking, because when the blue screen happened, I literally saw in the stop code Intel graphics driver. It was the IGD something 64. Basically, you Google that, it tells you Intel graphics has stopped working. So I knew it was a problem with the Intel graphics. So, and then, but GPU-Z is telling me it's Gen 5. And I'm like, hold on, this motherboard doesn't do Gen 5 down here. So then I was like, hold up. I was like, wait a minute. This does sound like a PCIe signaling issue because of the audio crackling, the driver causing a blue screen, the applications like DaVinci Resolve freaking out and messing up when you're trying to like disable or set the Intel GPU. So I'm like, something is wrong. There's a signaling problem. This is a layer 1 physical problem. So then I was like, let's go in the BIOS. Let's go in the BIOS. I go in the BIOS and I look, and the ASUS settings for the PCIe slots are all set to auto negotiate. Auto negotiate means when you turn on your computer, when it's setting up, it's going to talk to the device in the slot, and it's going to be like, hey, what speed do you run? And the device will be like, oh, I am AMD Pro 9700. I am Gen 5 capable. I have 16 lanes. Run me at Gen 5. Then the ASUS is going to be like, hold on, I am ASUS. I am a motherboard. I have a slot. This is a Gen 5 slot. I will offer you 16 lanes, Gen 5. Do you accept? AMD GPU's like, yes, I am a 9700. I accept. So then, that's how you get the Gen 5. So it goes to the Intel. It's like, Intel, what are you? And it's like, I am an Intel Pro B50. I am Gen 5. I have 8 lanes. I want to run at Gen 5 X8. And the ASUS is supposed to be saying, I am an ASUS. This is the bottom slot. You are in the bottom slot. I am only capable of Gen 4. Do you want to run at the Gen 4? You must run Gen 4. The Intel is supposed to say, okay, I will downscale to Gen 4. Accept. That is how it's supposed to work. So one of the two devices is not following the rules. One of them is like, either ASUS, it's most likely an ASUS problem. It's a BIOS bug, most likely on ASUS. ASUS is probably like, what speed do you want? And Intel's like, I am Gen 5. I want to run Gen 5. So the ASUS motherboard is supposed to be like, I can only do Gen 4. But it's either not doing that, and it's like, oh, you want Gen 5? Okay, you got Gen 5. Let's run Gen 5. When physically, it is incapable of reliably handling Gen 5 because there are not enough retimers, because it is physically not engineered for Gen 5 speed. It's too far away from the threadripper socket. It doesn't have the regenerators required to handle the intensity of Gen 5 bandwidth. So that's what's going to manifest as audio crackling, instability, issues when you try to access the Intel graphics card or have software that wants to like use the Intel graphics card. That is the reason why these problems are happening, because the ASUS motherboard is allowing the negotiation of Gen 5 when it is not supposed to do that. So what did I do in the BIOS to test this? What do you guys think I did? The answer is right here on the board. It's literally on the screen. I went in there, and instead of allowing the final slot to auto negotiate, I forced it to manually run at Gen 4 speed. Because the options were auto, Gen 2, Gen 3, Gen 4. Those were the options. I think Gen 1. Gen 1, 2, 3, 4. There was no option for Gen 5. Because I know that it is physically not supposed to be capable of running Gen 5. So I force it to Gen 4. I manually select Gen 4 instead of auto. I boot into Windows. I open up GPU-Z. And we get the result that we see right now. 8 lanes, Gen 4. And guess what? All the issues went away. Problem solved. Now, I don't think a normie could have figured this out. A random gamer, a regular gamer, having like, I'm getting like audio static, I think my headphones are messed up, or I think my Bluetooth headset is messed up. They're not going to know how to solve this. This is beyond their capabilities here. I mean, I'm not trying to say like gamers are incapable of solving these problems. I'm just saying that the average person who doesn't understand PCIe signaling and what electrical noise can manifest as artifacts in an operating system's behavior, good luck trying to figure that out. But I had to deduce this from reasoning. Basically, okay, what did I change? The last thing I did was I added the Intel graphics card to the very bottom of the computer, on the very bottom PCIe slot. Because, like, by process of elimination, like, if GPU Z didn't tip me off to the fact that my Intel GPU was somehow allowed to run at Gen 5 on a slot that is physically incapable of running Gen 5, if it wasn't for GPU Z telling me that, I would have figured it out by physically removing the Intel GPU. Because if I physically remove the Intel GPU, problem will also be solved. But I want to use the Intel GPU, so I would have had to it would have taken longer to solve the problem. So props to GPU Z. This is most likely a bug with either ASUS's BIOS, or maybe, I highly doubt it's this, but I really think it's a problem with ASUS's BIOS. But if it isn't, it could possibly be that the Intel firmware on the graphics card is, like, somehow incorrectly setting Gen 5 when Asus auto-negotiates Gen 4 for it, and it's still somehow... I don't see how that would work, though, because I don't think that's how the handshake process works. So I really think that the problem is a BIOS bug with the Asus UEFI on this particular motherboard. Because, like I said earlier, originally I had the Radeon card in the top, I had the Intel card in the second slot, and there was no issue. That's because the second slot is a Gen 5 slot. And when I put it in the bottom slot, it's not a Gen 5 slot, and GPU-Z was like, hey, you're running Gen 5, 8 lanes, and I'm like, GPU-Z, you're completely wrong. And GPU-Z's like, no, actually, I'm right. So then I go in, and sure enough, we go in and manually set it to Gen 4, and GPU-Z is saying, okay, now you're running at Gen 4, and all the problems went away. So very, very interesting problem. This is how to troubleshoot computer problems. I don't normally have that many computer problems, but when I do, man, like, if I'm having a computer problem, it's like a pretty difficult to solve problem, because, like, I don't know how someone else would troubleshoot this without starting to disassemble the computer, and so yeah, I don't know. Alright. Good stuff, though. So we've got Gen 4. Oh, okay, and then the last thing I want to say on this is, it's like, how much performance am I losing by dropping my 8 lanes from Gen 5 to Gen 4? I'm losing about 1 to 2% performance on the B50, so it's, like, negligible. But it is nice that it has 8 lanes up to Gen 5, because that means if we were to run this in something like the Godlike, for example, as a second graphics card, this would run at Gen 5 8 lanes in a Godlike or a Hero or an Extreme or whatever. Maybe the board was meant to have 5 PCIe. Well, what I can tell you is the new Asus motherboard has... Here, let me show you guys the new one. Asus TRX 50 Sage. Let me see if I can find the new one. Here it is. So there's a new one. There's an old and a new. So here, there's a couple things about this Asus Sage. So this is the one that I have. This is what I call the old one. This is the one that was meant to go with Threadripper 7000. So this motherboard is 2 years old now. It launched in 2023. It is a CEB workstation motherboard. This thing has, like, a insane VRM. The VRM on this thing is like 30 plus phases or something. It's like crazy. Let me see. Does it even tell us the VRM? It's a ridiculous VRM. Oh, wait, here we go. Look at this. 18 times 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 4 power stages. Look at that. It has a north VRM, a west VRM, and an east VRM. The VRM on the Asus Sage from 2023 is insanely overbuilt. And look at that. Dual 24 pin. You can run dual power supplies with this motherboard. It is busted. It is so insane. Active cooling on the VRM. You got your dual fans on the VRM. So, super high end. The new one, here's the new one, guys. So this is the one, the Sage Wi-Fi A. This one is new for 2025. This one is meant to go with the Threadripper 9000 series. So, but I'm not about to go and spend another $900 on a motherboard just because I want USB 4 to be on the back, so I don't have to run that USB 4 card. I mean, I was coming pretty close to doing that. And also, the nice thing about the newer one is the postcode debug is in the upper right, where I can actually see it. On the old one, if we go back here, on the original one, it's down here at the bottom left, which is a terrible place to put the postcode, because someone like me, I'm literally using every single PCIe slot. In fact, now that I'm using the Intel GPU down here, the Intel graphics card is a double slot, so it literally covers up the postcode. I can't even see the postcode debug because of the Intel graphics card now. So this is like a terrible place to see this. So I really like that the newer one makes it so that you can actually read the postcode, even if you populate all 4 of these slots. Now, the biggest difference, there's only 2 differences that are really good selling points. Number 1, like I just said, postcode debug is in the proper position. You can actually see it now. The biggest change besides that is the addition of a second Slim SAS, but the Slim SAS shares the lanes with the 4th M.2, and on top of that, the Slim SAS and the 4th M.2 are only available if you have a Pro Series Threadripper. So someone like me who is using a non-Pro, I wouldn't even be able to use the second Slim SAS or the 4th M.2, so it's not really, I'm not really gaining anything by swapping to this motherboard other than the postcode debug. I can actually read it, and the USB 4 is now integrated into the I/O panel with the ASMedia chip soldered onto the board, so I don't need my separate USB 4 card for Thunderbolt. Previously with this one, with the original model, notice how there's an X4 slot right here. The X4 slot is now removed on the new one. That's because ASUS figured no one needs the X4 because they all want Thunderbolt / USB 4, which I 100% agree with them. So that was very enticing. That was like the fishing hook ASUS almost got me to bite, because they put USB 4 on the back. And because by doing that, I can run 4 graphics cards on this motherboard and still have access to USB 4. With this motherboard, that's a deal breaker. I have to have USB 4. I'm not allowed to remove the USB 4 card, which forces me to only be able to put a single slot GPU in this 3rd slot, which hurts the ability to run 4 like high-end graphics cards. See what I'm saying? So that's like the biggest thing. I was like, man, I really wish USB 4 was like on the back. And then the postcode debug problem. So those are the main things. The VRM on the new one is actually not nearly as powerful as on the original model. You can see there's no longer a north VRM. There's only a west and an east VRM on the new one. And there's only one 24-pin, but you can still do dual power supplies. It's just done in a different manner with a special cable. No, the BIOS is still the standard BIOS. There's no like custom skin that ASUS supplied. Oh, are you talking about the new one? I don't know, because I don't have the new one. If you're asking about the old one is still the same basic BIOS. But yeah, so that's kind of how that goes. Oh, and for those that are not members that are wondering like what happened with the SSDs that were in here, so 3 of them are in the computer. The 4th one I don't have in the computer anymore. So I basically, in order to run the Intel graphics card, I had to remove 1 SSD. So instead of 7 SSDs, I now only have 6 SSDs in here. So I don't know, at some point I might like rearrange stuff. I was trying to think, is there some way, I don't think there's any other optimal way to do this. So basically right now, we have an AMD card up here, an AMD card right underneath it. We have the godlike MSI Expander dual SSD Gen 5 card in the X8 slot. So for the members that watch, you guys... Well, actually, did I even explain that? I don't even think I explained that. Yeah, I didn't even explain that to the members. Oh, I guess... So for those that don't know, the MSI Godlike comes with an add-in card that has an X8 slot that is Gen 5 capable, and it can run 2 Gen 5 SSDs. So I took that and I put it in this third PCI slot. So I can fit 2 of my SSDs on that, and the third SSD is going in the Slim SAS, which is right here. So 1, 2, 3. So 3 out of 4 I can still handle. It's the fourth one that I can't fit in here because there's just not enough. There's nowhere for me to plug it in. So unfortunately, if I want to run my Intel GPU, I have to sacrifice 1 SSD. But that is how I have everything going. Let me see. Let me look down here again. Yeah, everything's good. So that's that. The game put me in solo or single player mode because it thought I was AFK. So that's the computer. Noise levels on this are on the blower style is pretty bad. So unless you're gonna modify the power limit, probably gonna lower the power limit, or you're going to adjust the fan curve and allow it to run hotter. And that's literally your only options with a blower style cooler. But a game like Monster Hunter, surprisingly, the noise levels aren't too bad. Like, do I still have GPU Z open? I think I closed out of it. Yeah, I closed out of it. Like, let me get the fan speed off of GPU Z. Because people are probably curious, like, what are the temperatures like? So here you go. So this is the GPU. This is the Radeon from ASRock that's rendering the game. You can see our GPU temperature is 68 Celsius, 85 degrees hotspot, 84 degrees on the memory. 53% fan speed is about 2,700 RPM. So you'll definitely hear your graphics card when you're playing games if you are going to use it. Now I'm wearing headphones and the computer is on the floor underneath a desk, so it's kind of far away from me. So for me, 2,700 RPM, I can hear it. Even with the headphones on, even with the game audio, I can still hear my graphics card on the floor. If I remove the headphones, I can definitely hear it, but it is not loud enough to be annoying. I would say if this was like 3,200 RPM, that's where it's like too loud. But 2,700 RPM on a blower style isn't like the end of the world. And you can see 300 watt TDP. And ignore, okay, this is definitely a bug with GPU Z. This is definitely a bug with GPU Z. 103 Celsius on the CPU. That is totally not true. And I verified this with hardware info, and also my AIO is working. I verified all of that. So that is a bug specific to GPU Z and how it reports the CPU temperature, because that's definitely wrong. My AIO would be going 100% if that was 103. In fact, the computer would probably shut off. So it's definitely not running that hot. Yeah. I know, right? So these are kind of the temperatures on a blower style 2-slot Radeon AI Pro. So not too bad. I will say this, the XFX is a lot louder, even though the XFX has a larger physical heatsink. But ASRock is using a vapor chamber, and they're also using PTM 7950 on this reference blower style card. So ASRock definitely has the advantage over XFX, at least when it comes to a Radeon AI Pro. So if you're someone who is looking to get an AI Pro because you want 32 gigs of VRAM and you want to dabble in AI and you also want to play games, as of right now, out of the two that I have, I recommend the ASRock over the XFX. Now I can't speak for Power Color and Sapphire because I don't have their GPU, so I can't comment on those. But compared to XFX, ASRock has the better noise profile, and ASRock seems to be using the better cooling. And I haven't seen this thing get up above like 2700 RPM. Now, when running AI, this thing can get up to like 2900, 3000 RPM, but that's AI, and those are like short bursts, and you're not gaming, so it's like you're not really going to be sitting there a long time with the AI thing. So you see what I'm saying? So definitely the ASRock one, it changes my opinion of this GPU for gaming, because my initial impressions with XFX was you can't use this thing for gaming because it is way too loud unless you want to power limit it by like 25%. You want to lower the power limit by 25% and you want a custom fan profile. That's the only way to make the XFX one tolerable from a noise perspective. But thankfully, ASRock with the PTM, I don't know if it's the PTM or if it's the vapor chamber or both, but ASRock, I can live with this without touching anything with the fan profile or anything with the overclocking. I can just leave it stock and it works and the noise levels are good and that's fine. So I'm satisfied with the ASRock one. Alright, Intel's temperature. You want to know Intel's temperatures? So let's look at Intel. Alright, Intel, here we go. The Intel Arc Pro B50 is currently running 1500 RPM on the blower style, and it is running about 53 degrees. They do not report the hotspot. The memory temperature is 54 degrees, and it's using about, 26 watts. So not very good. I mean, that fan is going pretty fast. 1400 is pretty fast. For not super fast for a blower style, but it is. You're not going to hear it. It's not loud at this speed. But you know, I'm not impressed because 26 watts, 53 degrees is not anything to brag about. Like, if this was 26 watts and it was like 43C or 45C, yeah, then I would say that's good. But keep in mind, this is a low profile, very small, compact GPU, although it is still like 2-slot. There you go. There's the numbers for Intel's B50, for those that are curious. We are using the Intel B50 right now. So it is doing work. It is not like it's idling and doing absolutely nothing. What I can tell you is the idle temperature is around 50 to 51 degrees. Anywhere from 49 to 51 degrees is what I have seen for the idle temperature. So not the best cooler from a performance standpoint. Even when idling, it's still running at like 50 degrees. So not that great. And that's without even connecting the monitors to it. Like, I have nothing connected to this thing and it runs that hot. So that's the Intel Pro B50. So I guess based off of that, I mean, you can decide, like, do you want one of these or do you want to get a B580? The main reason why you want to buy the Intel B50 is because of the 16 gigs of VRAM, and also because it doesn't have a PCIe power connector. It literally pulls all the power off of the motherboard. So a high-end motherboard like the Asus Sage, if we bring that back up. So the Sage, you guys can see right here, it has a 6-pin and an 8-pin. The 6-pin, I think, is for the fast charging on the USB, the front panel USB-C port. It's a 20 gigabit USB-C. The 8-pin is for your PCIe slots. So the 8-pin allows more power delivery. This is like a server class motherboard. I think it's like 10 layers or something. It's like some ridiculously thick motherboard. So it has enough layers to run all those power wire traces to the PCIe slots. So yeah, the Intel B50 is being powered straight off of this 8-pin and the 24-pin over the motherboard. But see, it's knowing the sort of like high-end requirements and like what it actually takes to make all this stuff work problem free. Like that is the key thing that I think a lot of people are not really realizing until it's too late. Okay. So now that we have all of that out of the way, I guess that was the interesting part of the stream. Maybe this is going to be considered the boring part of the stream. Now we're going to check here, Monster Hunter, real quick. So I'm just glad that with this GPU, with the AMD, with the AI Pro 9700, I have 32 gigs of VRAM, just like a 5090. And on top of that, finally have access to FSR 4.0 on a GPU that has more than 16 gigs of VRAM, because I am playing my games at 4K resolution, which require an enormous amount of VRAM, especially when recording gameplay or live streaming. Like if you're running the PC just playing the game and you're not doing anything else, like you're just playing the game, 16 gigs with FSR 4 on a 9070 XT upscale to 4K, no problem. That's it. You'll never have any issues. But if you start doing things like you want to use the encoder, you're going to have all this other stuff running, OBS is going to be running, you have stuff loaded into VRAM, now you need 32 gigs of VRAM if you're going to run this game at 4K and you want to run like FSR 4 upscale and that kind of thing. So, and you want to run the highest resolution texture pack. And you want to crank the sharpness all the way to 100% so you get the best image quality in this game. This is like literally as good as it gets. Now people are probably like, oh, I'm not impressed. Well, yeah, if you're comparing this to like other modern games, but if you're comparing this to like Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World, yeah, this looks better than those games. But the amount of hardware required to pull that off is substantial, hence the reason why all the negative reviews on Steam. We'll see what happens in December, because Title Update 4 is supposed to address the resource hog issues. I expect them to implement Direct Storage 2.0, so it'll no longer be CPU-based direct storage, and it'll be actual GPU-based. But that means that the GPU VRAM requirements might actually go up a little bit. So man, VRAM is like the most important metric now when it comes to evaluating graphics cards. I would say 16 gigs is kind of like minimum spec going into 2026. I mean, that's why I upgraded from this guy over here, the Radeon Pro W7500. This is an 8 gigabyte single slot professional GPU. This has been replaced by the Intel Arc Pro B50, because the Pro B50 has 16 gigs of VRAM. So that's like my lowest end graphics card now, with 16 gigs of VRAM. So I do think the happy medium is 24 gigabytes. So 24 gigs is still good. Like 24 gigs, you're gonna still get like, you can do anything at 1440p, no problem. You can do 4K upscale from 1440p as well, and it'll work. Which is interesting because there are no current generation graphics cards except for one of them that I just remembered, which I don't even know if you can even buy it right now. But there are no current generation GPUs that offer 24 gigabytes of VRAM. There's no AMD GPU offering 24 gigs that's current gen with official support for FSR 4. There are no NVIDIA graphics cards that are current generation that are consumer level offering 24 gigs of VRAM. There is one Intel one, but it's not a consumer GPU. It is a professional. The Intel Arc Pro B60 is a 24 gig card, but I don't know how to buy that card. Like that, does that card even exist? Did you test gaming on the Intel? Nobody is going to buy one for gaming, but the last. I think, did we test? I'm trying to remember if we tested the B50 with my laptop over Thunderbolt. I can't remember. Maybe I didn't do that on stream. I tested it, and all I'll tell you is it's not good. It's not good. It's not meant for gaming, man. But I think all of our other attempts at testing Intel for gaming have proven that it is not meant for gaming. So if the consumer Intel GPU was struggling to play games, you can only imagine what the professional card will run like. Keep in mind, guys, professional cards, the drivers for professional graphics cards are not optimized for games. So all the people complaining about poor optimization, the game is poorly optimized, like, those people should never even consider a professional GPU, because they'll be even more disappointed if they go to a professional GPU. Remember when we tested the Intel B580 with Assassin's Creed Shadows and with Dragon's Dogma 2? Do you guys remember that? Imagine that with an Intel GPU that doesn't even have a PCIe power connector to, like, pull more electricity from the wall when needed. Imagine what that's gonna be like. That's not gonna be good. Okay, maybe I will do that, Marcelo. Maybe I will at some point try gaming on the B50 again, just to show people what that's like. That is the sort of thing that would be a very short stream, because I would not want to suffer through that for like more than 40 minutes or so. I mean, the reason why I have the Intel in here is for everything except gaming. You're happy with the 59 offload? Does it even do that, though? Normally, it won't. Software has to do that. It's not going to automatically do that. In fact, I don't know why you would want to do that, because well, I don't think the 5090 has, like, what, dual or triple encoders? Like, why would you even need the 4060 for that? I don't really know. I don't think you're really gaining anything by doing that. Because the 5090, I've tested 5090 encoding, and basically all it does is it detects, like, how much load is on the GPU, and if the 3D rendering is at 99%, so basically you're playing a game, it just rolls the workload for the render across, like, I'm talking about the media engine, the NVENC. It basically, like, load balances that across the other encoders. So you're never gonna, like, yeah, I personally, I would never do that. I mean, guys, there's a reason why you've never seen me cover, like, multiple NVIDIA GPUs, because the 5090 doesn't need a second GPU, unless you want to use another vendor's encoder. Like, for example, if I want to run an AMD AV1 encode for whatever reason, I would install an AMD graphics card as the second GPU in addition to the 5090, which is actually what I've been doing. Okay, so I have the food, and you know, the Sergio light bowgun, when I discovered how good the Sergio bowguns are, I was like, man, this is like, I feel like I'm playing a completely different game. Alright, the only reason why I logged into this, aside from testing a professional GPU's gaming performance, I wanted to see if I still need, okay, I still actually do need more of these. I need like one. And it's not a Cliffs one either. So we're gonna do, that won't phase me. Lucky voucher. That's actually not a good thing to do from a performance standpoint. You actually don't, like, if you're gonna use the 5090 to render your games, you're gonna want the monitors to be connected to your 5090, because if you don't do that and you're using the 5090 and you have your monitors running through your other GPU, you're basically introducing a lot of extra load across your CPU, because you got to think about the flow of the signal. Like, you're gonna use a 5090 to render the frame, but you have to output to your monitor. And your monitor is connected to a completely different graphics card, which means you have to send the frame that your 5090 created through the CPU, and then the CPU has to send that over the PCIe bus over to the other GPU, which is connected to the monitors. That's actually worse performance than if you had the monitors connected to the 5090. So that's actually not... Like, what you're doing... I mean, you can do whatever you want, but to me, that doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no benefit performance-wise. If anything, that's a performance penalty. Because you're having to duplicate more work over your CPU. You would notice this if you had a low-end CPU. You would very quickly notice this with a low-end CPU. Because you gotta think about how the rendering is done. And it has to go over PCIe. Because there's no such thing as SLI on consumer platforms. Like, there's no NVLink. Why would you need to do any of that, though? Why can't you just do that all in the 5090? I don't understand, like, why are you doing that? Other than because it's cool to run multi-GPU. Like, to me, from my point of view, the only reason to do that is because it's like cool, even though it's impractical and it's probably worse performance. Like, what I'm saying is, why can't you just do lossless scaling on the 5090? Like, why do you need a second GPU to do that? Yeah, this bowgun is legit. This bowgun, man, dodging automatically reloads? Look at this, I can just dodge and I'm reloading. And then if you dodge at the right moment, you get like extra ammo. If I can manage to show that. So are you using 4K? Any resolution except 4K, I don't think that's necessary. You're not going to lose that much performance with lossless scaling unless you're at 4K, which I hope with a 5090 you're at 4K.
I'm on it.
Man, the dodging, getting ammo when dodging is so good. Sergio is so good. You know, sometimes I feel bad for the monsters. Like, I do feel kind of bad for Gipsaros right now. I mean, look at this. Like, all these humans, all these annoying humans with their weapons are like trying to kill this thing, and he's like, hey man, this is not fair. This is like 4 against 1, and I'm just minding my own business, and you guys come over here and just start like attacking with all these weapons and stuff. See, like, I feel kind of bad for Sephiroth. Like, sometimes it's like, unless it's like a really, really strong monster, I feel kind of bad for these weak monsters. That they're just minding their own business, and you come along and start like hunting them, and they're like, man, it's like I can't do it. I'm almost out of energy. He finally decided to fly off. You feel bad, but you're still shooting it. Well, I have to complete the quest. Well, he was attacking those little monsters earlier. He's trying to poison all of us, but again, he's defending. He's just trying to defend himself. So you can tell by the noises that he makes. You have to run the 5090 at X8. Do you have a Founders Edition? That sounds so bad. That sounds like a Founders Edition. That shouldn't be a thing, dude. I mean, I'm running 2 of these GPUs right now at 16 lanes Gen 5, and I don't have any instability. And literally every single slot on the motherboard is maxed out. Like, I leave no lanes unaccounted for. Everything is in use on this PC. Like, this PC is so stacked that I can't even fit that last M.2 because there's no room. So that should not be a thing. Honestly, that should not be a thing. You should not be having instability. To me, if that was me, that's unacceptable. I'd be troubleshooting that, like, through the roof. Like, I wouldn't accept that. Just saying. Like, for me, if it's Gen 5, it better be 16 Gen 5. But it depends on what motherboard you're using, probably. Like, for me, if this is enthusiast class hardware, it's gonna run maxed out. Everything better work, and it's better run. I'm using every single USB port on the back. I'm using every single PCIe slot. I'm using all the RAM slots. Like, everything. Everything maxed out. That's true enthusiast right there. If I spent that much money, if I spent all this money on this computer, it better work, and every single thing on here better work. Otherwise, someone's gonna get a support ticket opened. What motherboard do you have? I don't know about that. I have an Asus Crosshair Hero right now, and we were running the 5090 earlier this year at 16 lanes. 16 lanes, no problem. Gen 5. You can go back and find the videos. I've never had problems. I've never had problems with a GPU 5090 running 16 Gen 5. Oh man, poor guy. Look at him. He's so tired. He's trying to run away. He's like, oh. He's like, please leave me alone.
After it, time to focus.
New supply items are in. They're in your secrets pouch.
I have the exact same motherboard, and I'm running 9070 XT on there, and it's Gen 5 16, no problem. Does this work? Oh man. Man, this thing has so much HP. There we go. That's the Intel arc.
This thing's a trove of new data.
We were running 5090 with a crosshair back in like May and June before I moved it over to the Godlike, and it was Gen 5, 16 lanes, no problem, no issues. It's currently in the Godlike now, and no problems. Everything works. He may have all the NVMe slots filled. That board cannot have all the NVMe slots filled, otherwise you use... Well, no, that's not what I'm saying. He's saying that he's running it at Gen 4. I know he's running it at 8 lanes. He's running it at 8 lanes, but he's running it at Gen 4, not Gen 5. What I'm saying is that I'm running the 5090 at 8 lanes, Gen 5. And I have another graphics card plugged in also underneath it, and I have all the NVMe stuff going as well. I'm not talking about Threadripper, I'm talking about the Crosshair Hero. Whoa, that's a lot of... What did we get here? Oh, bowling. What is this? Bowling? This is what I needed. The Dreamspell catalog. Right? Yeah, I need the Dreamspell catalog. I got a whole bunch on this one. 4. You only have one M.2? No. So, okay, hold on. Let me explain what I have running on mine. So, for those that don't know, the Crosshair Hero is the X870E Crosshair Hero is what I use for Tech Thursdays. That is the Tech Thursdays computer. So, I have to explain what's in that one. Because that one's fully maxed out also. It's super maxed out. Yeah, but what Marcelo's saying, that motherboard sounds sus. That sounds sus. That's sus, man. Something don't sound right. Something definitely doesn't sound right. Alright, hold up. Let's bring up the Crosshair Hero. Where's this Crosshair Hero at? The Crosshair Hero. Okay, this is the Tech Thursdays computer. Alright, I can tell you what I have in mind. So, in the top slot, we have a Radeon RX 9070 XT running at Gen 5, 8 lanes. In the bottom slot, we have an Intel, what is it? The Intel, it's an Intel GPU. It's some Intel GPU running at 8 lanes, Gen 5 or Gen 4, depending on what that Intel GPU is. So, but the point that I'm making is that the 9070 XT is running Gen 5, 8 lanes, like it's supposed to, because I'm running a second graphics card which takes the other 8 lanes. And it's running Gen 5, and it's no problem. In fact, now I know what's in here. What's down in here is the Intel Arc Pro B50. That's right. I actually have 2 Intel Arc Pro B50s. So the second Intel Arc Pro B50 is in that motherboard. That's right. So that's in there. Oh man, Francisco with the membership gifts. Wow. Appreciate it. It's almost like random people can just show up and they might become a member. It's almost like one of those things, like what do they call those things, like a sweepstakes or something? So earlier this year, the 5090 was in there, and then I moved it to the Godlike. So it's not, but the same thing, Gen 5, no problem. And then in here, I'm running a Gen 5 SSD. Yeah, the Crucial T700. Everybody is a member now. I don't know about everybody's a member now. Rio, Shadow, Flavored Mold, what a name. Ruber, and Naveen all became members. Well, thanks, Francisco. Man, Francisco has been gifting, like, each of these for the last, what, 2, maybe, was it 3 live streams? 2 live streams? At least 2 live streams. Maybe 3 or 4 now. Everyone's a member. But, so back to the Crosshair Hero, though. So I'm running a Gen 5. Gen 5 Crucial T5, or T700. T7, not T705. T705 is the newest one. I'm running a T700. 2 terabyte up here in the Gen 5 slot. And then I'm running, down here I have 3 Gen 4.
Corsair has a case that allows you to install 2 motherboards. The smaller one is for the streaming computer.
Is that a Corsair? Is that a Corsair case or is that a Silverstone? I thought Silverstone. Oh yeah, you know what? I think you're right. Wait, Corsair lets you install 2 motherboards? Interesting. But does the smaller motherboard, can it only be MATX or something? That's an interesting concept, man. Like, cause you guys know me, I've got all these random computers. I was thinking, man, I could probably combine 2 of them into one case. I might have to look into that. That might be an interesting idea. You just gave me an idea. Because it's like, I was thinking of consolidating 2 of my computers. And funnily enough, we're talking about the Crosshair. The Crosshair is the computer that I'm actually thinking of consolidating with another computer. Like, combining 2 computers together. So I'm running the Crucial T700 up here. Let me see. Let me go to the... Let's just go straight to the manual. Let's just go in here. Okay, so otherwise I have to draw it out. So you guys know the Crosshair Hero has 5 M.2 slots. And there's a hidden number 6, which a lot of people don't know about. There's a hidden one. So I am using 4... No. 1, 2, 3. No, I'm using 3 plus the hidden one. If you guys saw my video on the Crosshair last year, you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. So, this is how I have it. This is how mine is set up for Tech Thursdays. What about heat and airflow with 2 motherboards? Good question. It shouldn't be a problem, though, if one of those PCs is not running, like, crazy GPUs. Because he said one is, the smaller one is for a streaming thing. You wouldn't run a super high-end graphics card in a streaming machine. It's not necessary. So I assume that it's like one of the motherboards would have something like a 5090 and the other one would have like, you know, this. This is all you need for a streaming computer. You just throw this in and that's all you need if it's a dedicated stream box. Radeon Pro W7500 or whatever, you know, like any low like $200 GPU is fine for streaming. Okay, so this is what I have. I'm using the top slot. Crucial T700 is up here. We have the 9070 in here running Gen 5 X8. We have the Intel Pro Arc B50 running X8 Gen 5 as well. So we have dual graphics cards, both running at Gen 5 speed in the Crosshair. No problems, 100% stable. Now, the second and third M.2 I am not using. They are completely empty. Nothing is in them, and I will never use them. Because if you use these, you cannot use the second PCIe slot. So this second and third Gen 5 SSD slots, these are completely empty on my motherboard. Instead, what I do is I use they call it the 4th and the 5th. So I'm using these 2 that run off of the chipset. So we're using M.2_4 and M.2_5. So I have 1, 2, 3 SSDs physically installed on the motherboard. And then for the 4th SSD, I'm using you-know-what. If you guys remember the video, you guys know the answer to this. Where is my 4th SSD? Who here knows? Because I have 4 NVMe M.2 drives on the Crosshair Hero. There are 5 physical slots. I have already stated I'm using 3 out of the 5. So where is the 4th one? Where is the secret one? Who here can explain where that is? Where would I put the final NVMe drive? Slim SAS, exactly. So Slim SAS. I'm running the 4th M.2 off of the Slim SAS. So I'm doing 4 SSDs. 1 Gen 5 and 3 Gen... I think it's a mix of Gen 3 and Gen 4. I think I have like 2 Gen 3 and 1 Gen 4. And then I have the Gen 5 and the Gen 5 slot. So yeah, that's how I'm doing 4 M.2s on the Crosshair. Then I believe I have 1 or 2 3.5-inch hard drives connected to the SATA ports, and then I have 2 SATA SSDs, 2.5-inch SATA on the other 2. So 2 hard drives, 2 SATA SSDs, and 4 NVMEs. So basically the Crosshair Hero and dual GPU fully loaded. And then we're running 4 sticks of DDR5 at 6,400 mega transfers. So maxed out. If you guys who watch my streams, you guys have seen the Crosshair on camera. Everything's maxed out. All the USBs in the back are populated. I have a microphone, a USB microphone plugged in. I have the keyboard, the mouse, the webcam, the Xbox Series X game controller is always wired in on USB. That's 5, and there's a 5th, or the number 6 USB is... it's the cable that I use when I want to plug in the PlayStation 5's DualSense controller. So I'm using all 6 of the Type A USB ports on the back of this motherboard because it only has 6 of them. And that was my biggest complaint about the Crosshair Hero, is that it only has 6 Type A. They left this empty spot here. And then on the back, I am also using the Thunderbolt 3 AverMedia Live Gamer Bolt. So we're using a Thunderbolt capture card off of the USB 4 for the PlayStation 5 Pro. So that is how I stream games like Death Stranding 2, Ghost of Yotei. That's how we helped Super Googly clear Libra on Night Rain on the PlayStation 5 the other day. That is using the USB 4, and this is why I keep on talking about USB 4. USB 4 is like so important. So like I said, I'm using literally like everything on the motherboard. All four memory slots are in use. Everything on the back is plugged in except that HDMI. That's like the only thing that's not plugged in. It's like fully loaded, guys. Fully loaded. Like all the M.2s that I can use are in use. Slim SAS, all 4 SATA, dual GPUs. Like there's no performance being left on the table with a Crosshair. I am running this thing to the max, and everything is working as intended. 100% rock stable. This is why we use this as the Tech Thursdays PC, for the stability, for the reliability, and then everything is fully loaded. So that is how we're using it. So yeah, so your issue does not sound like it's supposed to be happening, personally. So, yeah, you're gonna probably want to look into that, because you should not be having problems with a GPU being unable to run Gen 5. Like, to me, that is not acceptable. Like, for example, PCIe scaling. Now, granted, you're probably not giving up too much. Let's see how much performance you're losing. Let's see the actual number. So you're giving up... Okay, well, no one's giving it 1080, but it's like 1%. Yeah, so you're losing... Well, no, you're running at Gen 4 X8, so you're actually losing like... You're losing like 4%. If you're gaming at 1440p, you're losing 4% of your performance on the 5090. Just saying, you're losing 4%. If you're running it at X8 4.0, you're running 96% versus if you were running the full speed. Now, if you were running it at X8 Gen 5, you would be losing 1%. But now you're losing 4%. It runs 4060 at... Oh, so you're not... Okay, so you're not actually having a problem. Okay. Okay, well, then that's how it's supposed to be. That's good, because that's how it's supposed to be. I guess I didn't catch that. Okay. So then there's no issue. That's good. Alright, where is this? I thought I saw something pop up. Colossal Amber Emergence. Somewhere over here. Yeah, I was gonna say though, man, like if that was me and if I couldn't run the 5090 at Gen 5, I would not be happy. I would not accept that, but it's not happening, so good. No, if it's solo, it's gonna do 16. Unless you're using M.22 or M.23. But you can't be using those if you're using a second GPU. So that means you might have a problem then. No, so if you remove your 4060, you should be running Gen 5 X16 on the 5090. Unless you install an because you do know that there is a way that you can end up with 8 lanes to the first PCIe, 4 lanes to the second PCIe, and 4 lanes to a Gen 5 M.2 slot. There is a way to do that with that motherboard. But then your second GPU would only run at 4 lanes of up to Gen 5. Because it can bifurcate all the way down. Like, that's another thing that the hero can do. You try... what? You're not using a riser cable, I hope. You better not be using a riser cable. Riser cables will cause that kind of problem. Like, there's a reason why I don't use riser cables. Oh, I gotta do Gormagala. Oh, man. I really don't wanna... I don't wanna hunt Gormagala. Like, alright, let's hunt Gormagala. Gormagala, I need to swap to a better armor set, though, because I'll end up carding super easily. Unless I have a shield. Oh wait, the whole reason why I came here was not necessarily to check these. Did you install M.2s in some... That's what... I don't think he's doing that because he said he's running a second GPU at 8 lanes.
Serves you well. Here, it's all you. Here, it's all you. All right.
See, this is the reason why I like Threadripper, though. I don't have to think about stuff like this, man. Like, these, like, oh, I'm gonna use this one M.2. Now my GPU runs at 8 lanes, and my other GPU runs at 4 lanes. Like, I can avoid all of that by just going with Threadripper for a workstation, you know. But you know, like most people don't want to spend that much money. I mean, that's definitely reasonable. I agree with that. I mean, I've got the crosshair too, and it's maxed out, and I'm using it fine. But you know, like all this discussion about, oh, check this M.2 slot or blah blah blah. Yeah, that's the struggle. That's the struggle bus of being on consumer mainstream hardware. That's basically what that sounds like. You have tried 16 Gen 5 with new BIOS. Maybe it works now. Are you on the latest BIOS? To my knowledge, that was never an issue, though. Do riser cables damage motherboards? They don't damage motherboards, but they cause parasitic signal integrity losses. It's called parasitic losses. And because, think about it. When you have... Oh boy, maybe this is what will cause me to finally open up Paint. Maybe I'll finally open up Paint now. Because that's the question that makes me want to, like, open up Paint real quick. And this computer is definitely not normally set up to use Paint. So I have to go in and set this up. Okay.
If they make a Threadripper with 3 DB cache, then I may consider.
So there is a 3D cache CPU on that socket, on the TRX 50 socket. However, it's only on Epic. It's only Epic, which is way more expensive than Threadripper. So it's not practical, unfortunately. So okay, here's a standard ATX motherboard. Here is the CPU. Here is the memory. Here is the PCIe slot. And the second, we're just going to say the Crosshair Hero. This is the Crosshair Hero. So you have one M.2 that goes here. You could potentially run another one here and here. And then there's one that goes, if I remember correctly, down here somewhere. And there's one that goes over here. So it's got 5 M.2s. Slim SAS is hidden over here. The Slim SAS. And then you have your, like, SATA stuff over here. Or something like that. Okay. So this is the motherboard. So the reason why I don't like risers cards is because a riser card essentially... it increases the wire trace length from the CPU to the GPU. So the GPU is like out here now on a riser. Because of this, when you run the electric signals, normally the GPU is directly connected to the slot. So the GPU, the parasitic losses are minimal because they're only through the motherboard over the PCIe bus into the slot and then into the GPU. Now when you go and you install those lame riser cards, those riser cards extend the trace length to the distance of the... So here's the GPU, right? This is the GPU. Because of this stupid riser card, now the electric signals have to travel through these wires. And the more wires, the more complicated it is, because if you're doing 16 lanes over a riser card, now you have issues. Earlier this year, when the RTX 5090 launched, The Founders Edition graphics card. The Founders Edition was notorious for having issues running at Gen 5, 16 lanes Gen 5, and lo and behold, people were connecting their Founders Edition over, you guessed it, riser cards. Because the Founders Edition PCB is only about this big. You got these big fans here and here, and you have a PCB right here. So you know how NVIDIA designed it? Guess what? They put a riser cable, a tiny little ribbon, not even riser cable, ribbon cable, but a riser cable is literally just a ribbon cable. So they put a ribbon cable inside the Founders Edition to connect it to another circuit board, which then connects to the PCIe slot. So by doing this, they're already running wire traces through the graphics card that normally don't actually have to be there if they would have built a normal circuit board. So because of this tiny little riser cable inside the Founders Edition, you have this riser cable, then you run another riser cable, and then you have the motherboard like actually down here. Now you see the problem. Because Gen 5 is super fast. I think it's 100. I might be wrong on this. Hold on. Gen 5 X16 speed. Is it 128? Theoretical speeds of around 64 gigabytes. Bidirectional 128 total. Yeah, 128 gigabytes. Gigabytes, not gigabits. Gigabytes. That means PCIe Gen 5 16 lanes is moving a total bandwidth of 128 gigabytes in 1 second. In 1 second, it's supposed to be capable of transferring that much data, and because it needs to be capable of sending that huge amount of data in 1 second, it has to be built so robustly in order to pull that off. So any sort of weak link in the chain of the signal flow is going to damage that integrity and is going to cause it to be either unstable or incapable of handling that speed. So that is the reason why I don't like riser cables with Gen 5 graphics cards if you actually want the Gen 5 bandwidth, because there's too many things that are of low quality and incapable of fulfilling that spec. So no, riser cables for me are a no-no. You will never see me use riser cables. I don't care if they're advertised as Gen 5 riser cable. A true Gen 5 riser cable is probably extremely expensive because it needs to be able to support this much data being transferred in 1 second. And this is not 128 gigabits. This is 128 gigabytes. Bytes. This would literally, like, if you were going to transfer data from one Gen 5 SSD, well, okay, I shouldn't say that, because the Gen 5 SSD is only 4 lanes. This is 16 lanes. But you guys get what I'm saying. The point is, it's a lot of bandwidth, and it requires a very high speed, and there are too many things, like riser cables, that ruin the quality of the signal, and it can't keep up, and that's why. No. So yeah, I'll never use riser cables for that reason. What's your thought on Asus Thunderbolt 5 GPU dock? That's a very good question. We are actually going to cover Thunderbolt 5 docking stations in future content on the video, so stay tuned for that. But what I can say is Thunderbolt 5, we did a whole Tech Thursdays episode on Thunderbolt 5 recently. I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. Thunderbolt 5 just to, I'm not gonna spend the whole time talking about this because you can go and watch. I probably need to break that video up into clips because Thunderbolt. Oh wow, this is really not set up for this. Okay, Thunderbolt 5 equals what? What is Thunderbolt 5 equal to, guys? Who here watched that episode of Tech Thursdays and still remembers? So what is the other definition of Thunderbolt 5? What is the generic term for Thunderbolt 5? I like to ask the audience to see who actually pays attention or who actually knows this stuff. Besides myself. What's the name? What's the other name of Thunderbolt 5? It has 2 names. You've given me the first name. What's the other name? Think of it like Batman equals Bruce Wayne. Thunderbolt 5 equals what's its other identity? There's the hint. Or if you don't know who Batman is, Spider-Man equals Peter Parker. Batman equals Bruce Wayne. Thunderbolt 5 equals... Okay, you're somewhat onto things here. USB 4. You said the first name. What's the last name? That's like saying Bruce blank. USB 4 blank. What's the other part of it? You got half of it. You got the first name. Exactly what I'm looking at for. Super Googly got it. USB 4. Gen. Well, okay. Gen is the wrong word because 4 is the gen. But you're on the right track. Version 2.0. Or V2. Everyone's calling it V2. Version 2.0. Thunderbolt 5 equals USB 4 version 2.0. This is the other name. This is the answer on the exam. So if you see a test question that is like this, or a test question that's something like fill in the blank, and it's like here is the analogy, and it's like A, PCIe, B, USB C, or no, it'll be like USB 3.0 or 3. The test question would look like this. If I was giving you guys an exam, it would be something like this. D, SerDes E, GB 300. You know, like this would be the type of test question that I would ask on an exam. For people who watch my content, this is like a legit test question. It's like test question like 32 or whatever, you know, like fill in the blank or choose the correct answer or whatever, you know. Like this is like a legit test question. This is a legit test question. Jojo will have an exam over is at the end. People keep saying that, man. Like every Tech Thursdays, people are like, there'll be an exam at the end. Yeah. So it's like the correct answer in this case is C, USB 4. But I could have tested another test question could have looked like, you know, USB 4, and then it would be like fill in the blank, and you know, it would be something like, you know, Gen 5. Version 2.0, version 1.0, version 4.0, Gen 7. You know, like this is like another test question. Like this is another way to ask the test question. Like choose the correct answer. Thunderbolt 5 equals USB 4 blank is, and then the analogies given are Batman equals Bruce Wayne. So it's like Thunderbolt 5 is Batman, USB 4 is like Bruce, so what's its last name? Here are the choices. USB 4 Wayne. Yeah, so the correct answer is version 2. So basically, guys, all kidding aside, Thunderbolt 5 equals USB 4 version 2.0. I'm currently actually working on a video right now about this subject as it relates to docking stations. So that's a good question about that Asus docking station. So what are my thoughts on it? I think it's fine. It really depends on what you need. So what I can tell you is any USB 4 PC will support Thunderbolt 5 docking stations. Yes, any USB 4 PC. So if your PC has USB 4 ports, so for example, the Crosshair Hero, the X870 Crosshair Hero, this will work with a Thunderbolt 5 docking station. It will absolutely work with a Thunderbolt 5 docking station. Spoiler alert, I've already tested it, and I'm working on the video, and I know it works. So I'm not making this up. Same thing with USB 4, or obviously Thunderbolt 4. So if you have Thunderbolt 4, PC, a Thunderbolt 4 PC, like a Mac, or like, I don't know, any random Intel computer that's come out in the last 1 or 2 years, will support Thunderbolt 5 docking stations. So will USB 4. USB 4 will support, or USB 4 PC will support Thunderbolt 5, Thunderbolt 5 docking stations. Thunderbolt 3 PC will support Thunderbolt, why am I typing wrong? Thunderbolt 5 docking stations. Thunderbolt 2 and 1 may or may not support TB5. So that's kind of the main points I want to emphasize. So if you're on some really, really old Thunderbolt 2 or Thunderbolt 1 computer, it's questionable whether you would be able to use the Thunderbolt 5. But if you're on Thunderbolt 3, Thunderbolt 4, or USB 4, you can connect a Thunderbolt 5 dock like the Asus Thunderbolt 5 dock, and it will work no problem. However, remember, just like what we talked about with PCIe, it will only favor the lowest common denominator. So if you're using, for example, USB 4 version 1.0, Thunderbolt 4 equals USB 4 version 1.0. And guess what? Thunderbolt 3 also equals USB 4 version 1.0. This is where it gets a little bit kind of weird. So USB 4 version 1 is compatible with both Thunderbolt 3 and Thunderbolt 4. And it is forwards compatible with version 2, which is Thunderbolt 5. So you can connect Thunderbolt 5, aka USB V2, to an older Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 3 computer, and it will work. However, you will not be able to do that weird bi-directional 120 gigabit unidirectional transmit mode, and you also won't be able to hit the full 80 gigabit advertised speed if you're running in bi-directional mode. So keep that in mind. It'll be some number that's greater than 40 but less than 80. So theoretical bandwidth real world bandwidth will be something like 50 something gigabits. It depends on the quality of your cable, your Thunderbolt cable, as well as the length of that cable, as well as the chipset that you're using on your older setup, and how capable that chipset is. So, case in point, X870E, X870 use PCIe 4. Gen 4 X4 for their Thunderbolt. Well, okay, we can't say Thunderbolt because these are AMD. USB 4 version 1 implementation. So they are maxed out at this much bandwidth. Keep that in mind. However, guess what? Thunderbolt 5 is also using, so let's restate this. USB 4 version 2.0 uses PCIe 4.0 X4. So look at this. This is very interesting. This is why I'm telling you guys the chipset and the cable matter a lot. Because if you're somebody who has an X870E or an X870, you actually already have a chipset that is using the same theoretical PCIe speeds as version 2, aka Thunderbolt 5. So you are already inherently using a platform that is capable of the full Thunderbolt 5 speeds, whether you even knew that or not. People are probably like, wait, what? Yeah, that is the truth. That is the reality. If you don't believe me, go read the spec on ASM 4242, because that is what this is based off of. So it's using Gen 4 X4, which is basically Thunderbolt 5's interface on the PCIe end. So if you've got one of these, you'll be able to get above 40 gigabit, but you're not going to be able to get the full 80 gigabit because this is only using version 1.0. However, the back end, the electrical signaling is using, it is spec'd, it is physically using 4 lanes Gen 4. So just keep that in mind. Now, if you're someone who is on X670E or B650E, and you were one of the few people who had an AMD motherboard from 2022. This is a 3-year-old motherboard that had USB 4, uses PCIe 3.0 X4 for USB 4 1.0. So now check this out. This is where things get real interesting. This is where things are getting real interesting. Maybe I should move this over here. I don't know. We're running out of space. And people are going to start... the chat messages kind of show up here. So we'll just put this down here. So basically, if you're on an older AMD platform that was meant for the Zen 4 Ryzen 7000 series CPUs, you have Gen 3, 4 lanes of bandwidth. So you're not going to be able to get like anywhere close to Thunderbolt 5 speeds because you're literally capped at half of the maximum speed of what Thunderbolt 5 is capable of using. This is why the chipset and the cable matter. The chipset matters because the chipset is going to determine your maximum theoretical output and bandwidth speed. So those with the newer motherboards, if they hook up a Thunderbolt 5 dock, they're going to get some pretty decent speeds out of that Thunderbolt 5, even though they're only using version 1. Now, those using the older motherboards... Now, I should also bring in the Intel motherboards, because people are like, well, these are all USB 4, what about Intel? Okay, so Intel, if you're using Z890 uses PCI 4.0 X4, I believe? I'm not 100% sure, though, guys. So this is where it gets kind of weird, because Intel's integrated Thunderbolt 4 is not the same. It's like a CPU interface, so I don't actually know. Might be PCIe 4.0 X4 equivalent. I'm not 100% sure, though. I'm not sure exactly how to verify this. I mean, I could do like a throughput test to find out. But I know that Intel already... I should restate this. So, actually, no, I will restate this. Z890 already has select motherboards that support the Thunderbolt 5 add-in card. So these motherboards must be on a certified list, and they must have a PCIe 4.0 x4 slot available. We have an entire video on how to do this, how to add Thunderbolt 5 to a Z890. I've already done this myself, so if you're curious about that, go watch that video. I'm not going to explain that. Alright, if you're somebody who is on Z8, Z790, Z690, or Z590, I think was also included, these use PCIe 3.0 x4 for USB 4 1. Or for Thunderbolt 4 / USB 4 version 1.0. So Intel and AMD are basically the exact same thing. So if your motherboard is 3 years old or 3 to 4 years old, you are going to be capped. You're capped at Gen 3 X4, which means anyone who's on these older platforms, if you plug in Thunderbolt 5, you're only going to be getting the same speed as Thunderbolt 4. You're going to be getting 40 gigabit. You're not going to get higher speeds. So it depends on your platform. If you're on a newer platform, your theoretical maximum will be greater than 40 gigabit. If you're on Intel's Arrow Lake desktop or mobile platforms, you already have an add-in card capability to support Thunderbolt 5 today. So Arrow Lake is at the bleeding edge of technology from a connectivity standpoint. This is the reason why I keep telling people Intel's Arrow Lake platform is actually the best platform when it comes to latest and greatest technology. Arrow Lake has access to Thunderbolt 5. Arrow Lake has access to CUDIM/CAM2 memory. No other platform has that today. USB 4 speed is what I just stated. USB 4 speed is either PCI 4.0 x4 or 3.0 x4, depending on the chipset. So if the riser cable, so keep in mind, Intel Arc Pro B50 equals PCIe 5.0 x8 equals, I should say, up to PCI 5.0 x8. So if you plug this in, if you're asking me what happens if you install this in an eGPU docking station, if you install this in an eGPU dock, it's going to run at either Gen 3 X4 or Gen 4 X4. Because currently on the market, the only Thunderbolt docking stations that exist today are one of these two speeds. They're either Gen 3 X4, which is the vast majority of them, because those are all your Thunderbolt 4 and Thunderbolt 3 docks, or they're Thunderbolt 5, which is PCI 4 X4. And you can already see right here, Thunderbolt 5 is slower than the Intel Arc Pro B50's maximum bandwidth. It's like less than half. It's literally, it's 1/4. It's 1/4 the bandwidth. Thunderbolt 5 is 1/4 the bandwidth of a Pro B50. It's simple math. That's an interesting question, though. These are great test questions. I should make a test. I should make a test called the GTR exam. You know, like the written exam. Can you become GTR certified? The GTR Compute PC DIY Enthusiast Certification Exam. I might actually consider doing that, guys, just for fun, you know? Like, and I'll probably use my AI chat GPT or whatever to help me make some of those questions. I might actually, that sounds like a really interesting side project that's like a super nerd project, but it sounds pretty cool. I'm a GTR certification, man. Can you pass the test? It's the test of an enthusiast. It's so not gamer. It's like, this is so not gaming. So anyway, guys, this is all the info that you need to know for Thunderbolt. I think, was any of it cut off? I don't think so. Oh yeah, this last part right here, you guys can't see it. Let me move this a little bit over. The X4 was cut off right next to me. There. So it depends on your platform. I know we're talking about desktop platforms. The vast majority of people are probably not going to use Thunderbolt docking stations with desktops. But the same applies to mobile platforms. So basically, if you're on a mobile platform today, you're most likely just going to get 40 gigabit unless you have a Thunderbolt 5 port on your laptop. Because laptops are using like integrated USB 4 version 1 controllers, so they're only spec'd for that certain bandwidth amount. That's probably why. How did I learn all this stuff? Man, all of this stuff I just learned through curiosity. Like, I don't think you can go to school and learn about Thunderbolt. I don't think there's any educational track that teaches anything about version 1.0 or USB version 2.0 or Thunderbolt 4 or Thunderbolt 5. I don't think there's any I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think there's any, like, you can't take any sort of community college classes or anything that'll teach you this stuff. I mean, this, like, I guess the only thing I can think of is like embedded circuit design or something, but even then, these things that we're talking about are so specific that these are like graduate level topics. Like, you're not gonna go to school and have some professor teach you about Thunderbolt 5. Like, they're not gonna teach you about that. They're gonna teach you about like basic electronic circuit. They're gonna teach you fundamentals, basically. Applications like this are the only thing I can think of that could touch on these subjects is like graduate school, like master's degree subject matter. That's kind of what this is. Like, really digging in on how this stuff works. So, I don't know, man. Like, how did I learn it? I learned it all through curiosity. I never went to school for any of this stuff. Like, the Thunderbolt stuff, PCIe, all, no. Interesting question, though. Yeah, information tech, IT's not going to teach you this, man. This is the sort of stuff that you'll never find in, like, an IT book. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're never going to find this at a fundamental level. No one is going to teach you this at, like, a fundamental level. Because this is not fundamentals. These are very specific things. And any sort of educational stuff is always very generic in nature. It's going to teach you, like, the basic understanding of electronics and electrons and physics and all that kind of stuff. They're never going to talk about docking stations and actual, like, the applications. Like, how do you create products out of, like, all this theoretical stuff? You know what I'm saying? Alright, so wasn't expecting to talk about Thunderbolt 5, but somebody brought it up. But there will be a video on Thunderbolt 5 in the near future, so stay tuned for that. I mean, I just logged in. You know, Sergio's bowgun is really... I think I said this earlier. The only reason why I logged in was to make sure that I got all the outfits.
That's a curio shell crab. It seems to be carrying something.
The what? What did she say? The curio crab. What? Where did she say that? Where is that? Oh, it usually has an ancient wyvern coin, but I don't know where it was. She was like, "Oh, there's one somewhere. Is it in here? I don't know where it is." Can they even crawl around in the camp? I don't know. She was saying there was a crab with an ancient wyvern coin, but I don't see it anywhere. Oh well.
Don't be shy. Have a look.
You know that I've never done the Akuma quest line for the Street Fighter collaboration. I've never done it. I don't know. Should I do it? You spent 2 hours on the 4X48. What motherboard is this? Is this the Tai Chi? Were you the one that had the Tai Chi? Someone had a Tai Chi the other day. Tai Chi is not hard to get. I mean, I don't know. It's something to do with your memory kit. That requires different settings, I'm guessing. What do you guys think? What should I do? Should I do the thing? The quest? Should I try to help people clear? I don't know if I want to spend all those healing items on trying to help people clear. I don't have a very robust inventory of healing items after attempting to help people clear Omega Savage, even though there's still a bunch of people out there that are struggling. I can tell you it's not your IMC for what you're trying to do. It's the RAM kit most likely, but I don't know why. I don't know. So you're not able to get it to run at 4800? I may have to look into running that kind of RAM on the Nova. See, I don't have the Tai Chi with me. The Tai Chi was loaned to me by one of my viewers for a couple of weeks. Shout out to RK for letting me borrow the Tai Chi last year for those videos. But the Nova, I do have the Nova, so I can probably test with the Nova. Did you do the A rank for New Udra? You could do. I don't know if I want to do that. With the free challenge, or no? Where is it? Free challenge? I don't know, man. I don't feel like doing this, to be honest. I mean, does this require like yeah? Oh, they let you do your own build though, because it's a challenge. I don't know. I don't really feel like doing that. You need to do. I don't know if I want to do that though. People are saying I don't know. Can we do this with people? Like, is that something you can do as a group? I would do it as a group. I don't want to do it by myself. I mean, I could try. Let me see. I kind of like this set. This is not New Udra. What is this? Dreamwalker. I actually kind of like how I have it set up with a Sergio. Wait a minute. The whole time I had the Sergio set, I didn't have anything on here? What? How did that not get equipped? You can do it as a group? Well, I mean, I could go in and try doing this. I don't know, like... I don't know if I necessarily want to play a support for this either, though. Like, I was doing the Arch-Tempered one with others. You guys want to do this? I mean, I'll do it with others. I just don't feel like doing this by myself. Oh, it wouldn't let you? It's solo only? If I'm going to do it so, I'm not going to play as Hunting Horn. I don't even think I would use this. I would need to make a water weapon. I'd have to use like this. This isn't even the correct. This is probably not the most optimal way that I would want to do this. I would need to craft like a water hammer or a lance or something. Let me see. This is probably the easiest way to do this is to craft like... Of course I don't have the hunter symbols. Every time I need to craft something on the spot, I never have the correct hunter symbols. I could do Balahara. I don't know. This is offensive guard. It's not solo only, but Capcom can be annoying when there's server issues. Really? Man, I got so many Mizutsune orbs, but I have like no hunter symbols. I'd probably want to use either this or the Balahara one. I guess I could make the Balahara one and see how that goes. That is his weakest element, right? He's really weak to water. Yeah, he's really weak to water. So you definitely want to bring a water weapon. He can be poisoned. He can easily be poisoned. He can be put to sleep easily too. But yeah, if I was going to actually do this, let me see. I might have to craft a Balahara weapon. I'll try my water dual blades, but for something like this, I would want a lance. I would want something that I can like stand there and poke at him and just guard counter him. Yeah, let's make this. Let's make this thing.
A sage shot.
Watch this.
Good.
All right.
Should I begin?
Watch this.
Lend me. Good.
All right.
Yeah, AI does use a lot of system RAM, even if you're not using the shared memory. Yeah, I noticed that too.
A sage choice.
Watch this.
Lend me a hand.
Yes, sir.
Good.
All right.
I feel like the other way is to go hammer and try to stun him the whole time. So this... I already have offensive guard. I think I'm just gonna go and put, I need like guard up. All the basic things, like defensive things, guard up, guard level 3. Iron wall, what is this now? I actually want... Oh, that's... Okay, guard up and handicraft is good. Or maybe water? No, guard up and handicraft. And then the other one would be... like... guard, I guess. Iron wall, and then the last iron wall. Yeah, I'd probably go with this. Why don't I have a fire attack? Where's that coming from? Is that coming from this? Where am I getting this from? Oh, it's from this. This is giving me stuff I don't actually need for this. I need something like a quick sheath is what I'm looking for. Divine Blessing 2 is good. Water attack is good. Water, if only that was like water attack and fire resistance. I actually like the earplugs also on here because I don't have earplugs on this build. Okay, I like this one. Might go with that one. Why is this not on favorites? Yeah, we're gonna go with this one. What is this, evasion? Evade window. Evade window 3, all the defensive things. Duna gamma legs. If you want quick sheath. Is this the Duna one? What is this? Oh yeah, this. Wait, do I even need this? Wait. I don't even need that. Okay. I guess weakness exploit. Do I have my... Okay, I have 3 Divine Blessing. I kind of want that adaptability, but maybe I'll just go with like a recovery up. Or no, recovery speed. I'll go with 2 recovery speed. There. Actually, hold on. Why do I have... You know what? No, go with the defense jewel. Because if I'm going to be guarding and countering a lot... And I haven't leveled up the armor defense value, I'm probably going to want these defense up. Now that I think about it. I'll need the divine protection stuff. And then the defense level 4. Does defense 4 give me... Yeah, so +3 on elemental resist, +20 bonus. Okay, I'll try it. I mean, I don't really expect to get an A rank on this, but we'll just do it because... You did water dual blades? Lance is pretty good. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, okay, hold on. Yeah, let's go. Do I have a camp that's closer? Oh, I forgot to grab something to throw at him if I get grabbed. I think there's something here. Yeah, right there. Yeah! I don't know why that didn't connect to the red. Keeps getting resentment. Resentment keeps going on and off. It keeps going on and off because of the lava. The Phallico. The Phallico got owned! Wait, why am I already, like, losing one of my stamina? The Phallico died again. Oh no, I should probably heal up. Ooh, that's gonna burn me. That is gonna burn me. That's why you have that offensive guard and then guard up, guard 3 up. Or guard up 3. Uh-oh. Stalwart guard. Oh, wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, I thought he was gonna grab me for a second. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's gonna kill, that's gonna kill. Yeah, I knew it was gonna kill. That's the problem that that slow fighting styles have. No, this is the solo challenge. This is a solo challenge run. Can this be done with a group? I would much rather do this as a group. That was good counters right there. Maybe I do want recovery speed up. Yeah, maybe I do want recovery speed up. You want to do it as a group? Dude, I'm taking so much fire damage. I'm taking so much environmental damage. I might actually need the environmental negation ability. Yeah. Okay, I'll try dual blades, I guess. See how this goes. Why am I still on the pallet though? I feel like I'm taking too much environmental damage. Yeah, I need adept level 2. This is just, I spend too much time having to like heal back up. Oh, this. What? Wait, where's the thing? I had like a burst pod. I must have grabbed. Oh, it grabbed his stupid thing. That's why. I didn't even look at what the times. What are the times to come in like? Cause elapsed time. I'm still on A apparently, but I don't even know what the time is. If I drop to B, I'm quitting out. Like, it's like, whatever. Do you even get anything for doing this? Soregia, or well, whoever this is, come over here. Gravios, help me. Help me out. Why am I even over here? I'm gonna need that guy to do a turf war. I need him to follow me. I need these things to come too. Just aggro everything in the entire oil well basin. Just come over here. Wait, how am I? What the heck? Where? I have like no potions? Dude, how am I taking this much damage? Am I taking like fire damage just standing next to him? I didn't even notice this in the multiplayer hunts. So just by standing next to him, you just start burning alive? Yeah, we're definitely gonna respec for adaptability. This is ridiculous. There we go. I had him stagger finally. I want to respec this. I want adaptability and I want earplugs level 3. I got too used to Omega that I stopped using. I almost always bring earplugs level 3. What? No, not what am I doing? Why am I doing this? Like, why is he doing this? Eat the thing, dude. What does this even drop on challenge runs? Oh, okay. You still get his stuff. This is the first time I'm actually doing a challenge run like this. We are probably going... Wait, where's the... Yeah, we're going up here. Wait a minute, why did that not... Why is that... There. I want earplugs 3 and adaptability. I want immunity to environmental damage, and I don't want to be interrupted when comboing when a monster roars. Like, those are the things that I can't stand. Well, the environmental thing, that caught me off guard, but the earplugs thing... Like, Monster Hunter World, I literally almost always brought earplugs to, like, every hunt. Except for the few that it wasn't necessary. What? Is there even a reason for me to... Here, just go back out. Just quit out and then, like, redo this. I'm gonna change this. We're not bringing these. Like, this is not needed. That's not needed. That's not needed. In fact, this is not needed. We want the defense boost. I want earplugs level 3. Unless it's a tier 2 thing, then I have to drop the evasion. I don't need the evasion. I need earplugs 3. 1, 2. What is this secret charm? Mind's Eye Quick Sheath. Quick Sheath is not needed for dual blades. Is this even part? Does part breaker even work? Does anything have... What, do I even have earplugs? Oh. Oh! Psst. Okay, well there you go. That takes care of that. I don't need this anymore. Or do I? No, I still need one. Okay, there's earplugs. I need adaptability. Is this... What gives adaptability? There. There. That's a must. And then... I guess I can go back to my weakness exploit stuff. There. Divine Blessing 3, Earplugs 3, Quick Sheet 3, Defense Boost 2. I don't even know if it's even worth running these two. Self-improvement. Oh, recovery speed. Recovery speed and growth jewel, yeah. I guess we'll be running dual blades. Dual blades seems like it's good, I guess. I kind of think hammer would be better, but I don't have a water hammer. I want earplugs 3. I don't want to be interrupted at all. I feel like this is a hunt that doesn't actually need like evade extender because he doesn't move that much. The only thing you have to dodge is the oil and the fire. There's like 2 things. Oh, this guy didn't even have anything. You get a really cool looking pendant for a B rank. See, I've never even bothered doing these challenge things. This is like the first time I'm actually doing this. I don't even have my armor upgraded. So every time I get hit, I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Because this is like base level, it's level 1 armor. At least it's gamma, so it has a value of 68. I don't know how much of a difference that actually makes, though. See, this sort of thing, this is basically like Everdark in Elden Ring, Night Rain. This stuff that we're doing here. Let's try this. Let's try the shield. Let's try Lance again. For this, I might actually try a tool specialist build. Oh wow, that okay. Now that the environment's not gonna melt me, I guess I could just use Lance. Oh, this is gonna... Okay. You want to camp at Area 14? Oh, what the heck? Why'd he go over there? Alright, put him to sleep. Stupid thing. I don't have any bomb. Oh my god, this run's already kind of screwed. How do I not have the barrel bombs? What, he woke up? Oh well. Guts. Guts. Oh. Man, he really wanted me dead. Do you see that? He wouldn't let me go. Like, I guts, and then I Superman dive. Got far away. The bomb didn't even go off for some reason.
Supply items are in. They're in your secrets pouch.
Where is the... I thought there's like three rock things to drop on him. Yeah, like go over here. Come over here. Why is he not coming over here? The heck? Get over here, stupid. See, these are the sort of monsters I don't feel sorry for. Remember earlier we were talking about how I feel sorry for Gipsaros? I don't feel sorry for Nuudra at all. Like, this guy will use everything that it takes to kill him. Yeah, the way that you get the A rank, I know you got to use the environmentals. That much I know. You have to hit him with all the environmentals. Oh, it doesn't work on him? Oh yeah, that's right, it doesn't work on him. Oh wait, why am I... Oh, why am I even doing that? Just get this. Where is he going? I don't know where he's going. Oh, here? I wonder if, like, the rocks here do a lot of damage to him. I don't know how weak he is to blast. Uh-oh. Oh, no. You won't let me eat. You really won't let me eat. This is that stupid combo that carded me earlier. This reminds me of the Anakin versus Obi-Wan on Mustafar. Wait, why am I taking like a whole bunch of... Oh, because that guy's here. Basil Geese with no wings is here, that's why. Actually, that's easier to block than I thought. Just block it. Alright, I think he should be almost dead, I guess. I don't know. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. Get him, Rathlos. Wait, what? How did I die? The heck? Alright, is there even a point for me doing this if I'm already, like, at C rating? I'm already at C rating. I don't even see... I don't know. Like, well, this is an interesting thing, but it's like, whatever. If it's not an armor set or a weapon, I could care less, to be honest, about this type of stuff. How is this thing still alive? He doesn't even have the skull. He's just hungry. Okay, now I can get him. Why am I not? Oh my god. Alright. Yeah, the way you're supposed to do this to get A ranking, I can already tell, is you have to use all... You have to hit him with all the cave stuff falling down on him. You have to use sleep and bombs and all kinds of, like... I'm pretty sure there's a way to do A rank by using environmentals and all kinds of, like, the other... Basically, you're supposed to do... Hit him with the stuff that deals, like, 3k damage properly. And I already messed one of those up. And that's kind of what... That's what dropped me from B to C. I'm not sure why I'm going all the way down to C. But there's other things too, like you have to optimize where you place your camps and things like that. So, I mean, yeah. Okay, so do this. And then do this. Come over here. Wait, why is he not? The heck? Can you not trap? What? Oh, you have to slay him. Oh my. When he moves to the second phase, he'll be between two sleep toads and... Yeah, I know you have to do some kind of shenanigans, essentially, to win doing that stuff. That's pretty much what I expected, if you want the A rating. I mean, I might just straight up fail this. I didn't know you can't capture him. Only now did I notice it says Slay Arch-Tempered Nuudra. If I card again, it's over. I'm already 2 out of 3. Might as well, like, solo Omega at this rate. I'll have to go for like an ambush build or something. There. 25 minutes. Yeah, 25 minutes. How is that even possible? Alright, so what do you get for getting a C? Like, was there even a reason for me to even do this? Yeah, I know there's like 2 or 3 of those. So what do I even get for doing this? Oh, I guess, yeah, heavy armor sphere, okay. So if it takes you longer than 50 minutes, you don't get a C, apparently. So apparently it took like half of that amount of time for me to clear this. Yeah, yeah, this is like, okay. That's cool. You get different pennants based on C is like the participation. Okay. Yeah, I've never done this before. So, I mean, I know it exists. I just never even bothered with this content in the game. Like, if it doesn't have an armor set, and if it doesn't have a weapon, like, I don't bother doing it. Like, because for this sort of thing, like, this is, like, the hardest content in the game for solo play. Like, because it forces you to have to do your homework on where are the things to drop on him, like, what are the, like, you know what I mean? You have to really, like, study up on how to do this to get the proper time. I mean, that just, I mean, it doesn't really interest me. But it reminds me of, it's like doing Night Rain, Everdark runs in that game, in Elden Ring. It's like, okay, I'll get a pendant from doing that, apparently. I didn't know. I mean, I knew you got something. I just didn't know what it was. Like, it wasn't like an armor or a weapon, so it's like, that's why I never bothered. Well, it got me to Hunter rank 200. Getting A rank gives you 3 penance. What was the A rank time? Like 8 minutes or something? $14 minutes. Oh, 14 minutes. Oh, that's doable. It's just you have to... How often do they bring these things around? Because I'm definitely missed out on the previous 2 Arch-Tempered ones. Cannot capture. It tells you cannot capture. See, for stuff like this, my normal go-to when soloing is like Lance because of the survivability. But Lance, it's gonna be hard. Well, I don't think it's hard to get a rank. You just have to really know how to use the environments. I kind of want to try this with like a hammer though, because I feel like hammer would stun this thing a lot. How weak is he to stun? Ah, 2 on stun. Yeah, it looks like torso. Hammer. Blunt is good against the torso. And the head. Yeah, it does look like, blunt weapons. Hammers look like they're good against this guy. Water hammer. Water hammer. Get him near a cliff. Like, if I really wanted to try hard this, I would probably try building a water hammer build. And get him near... Because with the hammer, you can do things like ledge hop. You can ledge hop, and you can easily get the mount that way as well. And then on the part where he's down in the crater, you can do the spin, the vertical spin. Slide down, vertical spin. But I feel like hammer is probably like a really good weapon against this guy. I would not use Insect Glaive against this guy. The only monsters that I like to use Insect Glaive on are really large ones. Xenojiva is what I use Insect Glaive against. I mean, I've tried all the weapons. I mean, let me see. What is my main? I don't even know. Like, on what is this? Let's see. Like, you can see. So apparently, Greatsword. And Gunlance, apparently, as a secondary. But you can see I barely use Sword and Shield. And I've barely used Light Bowgun and Charge Blade. So, yeah. So I kind of have, I won't say evenly spread in terms of weapons. I feel like I should make a water hammer if I want to really try that. Wait, this has focus. Ah, but see, this has Slugger 3. Slugger 3. Yeah, Slugger 3. This one has good. This one has a lot of water damage. But again, I don't have the hunter symbols. No, no, I use Insect Glaive. I mean, Are you asking me what my favorite weapon is in this game? My favorite weapon in Wilds? I don't know. It's either Greatsword. It's either Greatsword or Lance. Greatsword or Lance. In World, it was probably Hammer. Hammer and Insect Glaive. Insect Glaive is very different in this game. At least it feels different. They changed a lot of stuff about it. I feel like it's a little bit more forgiving if you don't have all 3 of your buffs compared to World. World, like, you had to have the red one, otherwise Insect Glaive was horrible if you didn't have at least the red one. So, like, if it ran out, I mean, they have some interesting stuff in here with Insect Glaive, like the rising thing that it does. It's definitely not my favorite weapon, though. I like it more in World for some reason compared to this game. In this game, it's probably Greatsword. Greatsword and Lance, yeah, are my 2 favorites. I do like Gunlance. I don't like when people hype up a weapon so much. I remember when people found out Gunlance was so different and really, really good in this game, everyone just started jumping on the Gunlance bandwagon. When I used Gunlance a lot in World, and then when people flow to one thing, then I lose interest in it. I don't know, maybe I'm a contrarian in that regard. So when everybody was like, oh, Gunlance is so good, Gunlance is... So I actually kind of, like, stopped being super interested in Gunlance because of that. Otherwise, I probably would have said Gunlance and Greatsword. It's probably Greatsword and Lance. I think if you want to play flashy, like you want to look cool, obviously like longsword and dual blades. Dual blades always looks cool. Longsword only looks cool if you know what you're doing. See, the difference between dual blades and longsword is dual blades, you can literally just wail on stuff and look like you're doing cool looking stuff without really knowing what's going on. Longsword, if you don't know how to use the longsword, then you don't look cool using longsword. That's the difference between longsword and dual blades. One of them looks flashy like almost all the time, and the funny thing is, if someone really knows what they're doing with dual blades, they look really cool all the time. Like, this is one of those skill expression style weapons. Longsword, definitely the same thing, but longsword is like, you really have to know how to use longsword to make it look good. Otherwise it looks... it's not good if you don't know what you're doing with longsword. So in terms of, like, beginner-friendly weapons, sword and shield, dual blades, hammer, lance, although lance is kind of slow moving, so I can see why some beginners might not like that, but it is still very, very easy to learn. So I would say the beginner weapons are greatsword, sword and shield, dual blades, hammer, lance, and if I had to pick a ranged weapon, I'd probably say light. It's between light bowgun and bow. Bow is not that hard to pick up and play, even for beginners. I feel like there's more stuff you have to manage with light bowgun compared to bow. And once you figure out how to dodge through stuff with bow, then bow feels really satisfying to play. But definitely out of the 3 range weapons, if I'm recommending for a beginner, probably, well, I guess bow. Bow is slightly more beginner friendly than light bowgun. Light bowgun's pretty easy to learn though, for how to play range in this. And heavy bowgun is definitely the most advanced because it's slow. It can guard, but it is slow. You know, so this is the more advanced range weapon. And then in terms of the advanced the harder to play melee weapons. Insect Glaive is not easy. Switch Axe is probably one of the easier in terms of like Charge Blade versus Switch Axe. Charge Blade is definitely harder to play than Switch Axe. To play like really well. So charge, because you got to manage like the sword charge, the shield charge, and then now you have to also be aware of the axe charge. So that's like the new part of it. Switch Axe feels very similar to how it played in World. Maybe I'm wrong in that statement, but to me it feels very similar to how it played in World. Lance feels very similar to World. Gun Lance is quite different, but if you knew how to use Gun Lance in World, you would not have any problems with it here. Hunting Horn got a lot of buffs that I didn't even know about until this, like, going down the rabbit hole of learning how to use Hunting Horn. I don't even know how much of what Hunting Horn does in Wilds is new, besides the bubbles. I assume the hilt attack may have existed in the previous Monster Hunter. I'm not 100% sure on that. But I would say the advanced weapons, the advanced weapons are Longsword, Hunting Horn, Gun Lance, and Charge Blade, and Insect Glaive. And then out of the ranged ones, Heavy Bowgun. But Insect Glaive, Charge Blade, those are not easy to use for beginners. I do not recommend either of those for beginners. Gun Lance, I don't recommend. Well, I don't really recommend Gun Lance for beginners. And Hunting Horn is definitely not for beginners. So, yeah. Yeah. That's what I think. Dual Blades makes me feel... I've been saying that for a long time, dude. I feel like every time you do the spin attack on the back of the monster, you're doing the Levi thing on Attack on Titan. Yeah. I mean, the first time I ever pulled that off was against Kolv Tarath in World. And that was the most satisfying thing to see. Because you guys remember Kolv Tarath is this giant dragon with, like, this long coat of gold. And the dual blades is spinning all the way on the back of that gold. It takes so long to do that spin attack on Kolv Tarath. It is so satisfying every time that goes off, because it's not easy to pull that off against Kolv Tarath. But yeah, that dual blades is super fun. I really like dual blades, but it's not my favorite though. I would say it is the coolest looking weapon besides longsword, if you know how to play longsword. I do think, though, if someone is going to spend hundreds of hours in this game, they should at least try every single weapon. Even if you don't want to main the weapon, you should at least... I mean, I've tried every single weapon. You know, I showed you the hunter profile. I've done hunts with all of them. Obviously, I barely use some. I barely use heavy bowgun. I barely use light bowgun. In this game, I have barely used Switch Axe, even though in World, I used Switch Axe was the weapon I used to go through story mode in World. Most of story mode, at least the second half of it, from Zora Magdaros all the way to, like, the credits, was Switch Axe in my World playthrough. And, yeah. I remember using Lance against Arch-Tempered Val Hazak. I don't know why I remember that, but I remember that. And, yeah, barely use longsword. I've tried longsword. I don't know. I know how to use it. I don't really know how to use it that well. I know you gotta build up the charge to get the red, but you gotta do the Counter-Strike thing to get the red. It goes like, what, yellow to orange to red? Or is it white, yellow, red, or something? Yeah, longsword is definitely for advanced players, not for beginners. Alright, well... In Rise, you made gun, lance, and bow. In World, greatsword. Apparently by doing that I did this. Ooh, okay. Gormagala. Is Gormagala weak to water? Probably not. He is weak to dragon and fire. Oh, he's weaker to fire than he is dragon. He's weaker to fire, huh? This has like no defense. I'll die to him so easily if I get hit. But this has my fire set up, so we're gonna go with this. How much defense boost I have? Level 6 defense boost. Mushroom Answer and wide range. Alright, we're going in like this. I know it's past Halloween, but we're going in Halloween style. To go hunt Gormagala. I don't think there's any event though. I've got the tempered one. This will give me a Hunter Symbol 3. And it's a guaranteed gem, which means people are gonna join really fast. Oh, I should have used my lucky voucher. Oh well. I forgot. I should have used that. I forgot to eat.
Okay, let's be on our way.
Wait, online single player has temporarily been deactivated? What? Am I in multiplayer? The heck? Oh, I am. Why did it put me in online single player? I don't know. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me, Oh, you're not logged in. Wait, hold on. I need to... Wait. Okay, I invited Chief to the link party. We're doing this completely wrong, but okay. Give me this. Bam.
I will assist where I am able.
Oh, Fabius is here. I'm gonna go Switch Axe apparently. I don't even know why I'm using this, but we're using Switch Axe with the jack-o'-lantern helmet. Alright, we're going Switch Axe. Let's do this. He's weak to fire, apparently. Oh, he punched me. I'm going in with like the only defensive stuff I have is the defense boost because I didn't even level up the armor set. So and this armor set's like a rarity 5. So it's like I am very, very squishy. Why does it not? There we go. All right. He makes these like alien sounds. Some of his roars sound like alien type things. Are you sure? Someone was able to join. Someone was able to join. I don't think I'm in single player, although... Yeah, I need to invite you to the link party. Oh no, oh no. Oh. The party's... Actually, no, hold on. Okay, it's been sent. Oh man, oh man. Oh my god. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, I'm so scared because I'm so squishy. Fighting him with a Halloween costume. Oh no, oh no. Oh man. Wow, what the? What's my defense stat? Defense stat is 277. My defense is 277. Yeah, that's why. His tail was cut off.
Remember to carve that severed part. Flesh rots. Carrion feeds the scavengers, and the bones remain. All part of the cycle of life.
What does this have? This is just meat. Oh. I do think Switch Axe is really good. Switch Axe can be very stylish too. It's one of the more advanced weapons though. This one looks like it matches the Harvest, the Halloween style. The Rathlos Switch Axe. It actually would look like it would match the Death Stench armor. Wow. Taking so much damage. Oh, that hit hard. One guy withdrawn from the quest. Something happened. Oh. Huh? What happened? What happened? I carded and then it's over? And somebody got disconnected? Wait, 2 people got disconnected? What just happened? That was so weird. I carded, the quest ended, and 2 people like disconnected like right before I carded, and then like right as I carded it was over. I don't know what happened there. That was very confusing. Oh man. Oh man, that was funny. That was hilarious. This outfit looks like a Hobgoblin from Spider-Man. Looks like the Hobgoblin, or it looks like something from like the Michael Myers movies. Yeah, Gormagala would fit right in with that. See, look at that. I have like no Hunter Symbol 3s, no Hunter Symbol level 2s. I can't craft like any final rarity 8 weapons except Ardean weapons. Yeah, I just like I wore the Harvest set to that with like a minimum defense. With Switch Axe, which doesn't have the ability to block. And it doesn't have the best mobility either. Although the mobility on Switch Axe is, I would say, a little bit better than Lance and Gun Lance. Oh wait, I didn't want to get rid of that. No, Switch Axe is really good. I like Switch Axe. I played a ton of Switch Axe in World. I barely played it in this game. The only reason why I crafted this was because I wanted to use this in, what was I trying to hunt? There was something I wanted to hunt, and it was weak to fire. And it was not Gormagala. Oh, it was, I think, Hirabami. Yeah, it was Hirabami's. It's because of the hunt that you gotta do to make the harvest set. You gotta hunt those 3 Hirabamis. So, I think when I was hunting that, I was actually running Death Stench. Yeah, I was running this during the Halloween week. Death Stench. With the the Rathlow Switch Axe, because it looks... This literally looks like the Grim Reaper walking. You got pretty good at perfect evading him. Who? Gormagala? You fight Gormagala 3 times? Oh, is it because of this? Is it because of the cliffs thing? Do 3 cliff hunts? Oh, I guess I need to do slay 1 Bolonga. You guys want to hunt the Bolonga real quick? I just need to do this for this thing. Or you want to hunt Gormagala? I could just jump on my other character and we can just hunt Gormagala again, so I can get that heavy armor sphere. You guys want to hunt a 9-star Gormagala? I don't know. I'll actually bring a legitimate armor set if we do a 9-star Gormagala. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna swap characters then. Let's go in like this. Oh, I completely forgot. Well, actually, I'll just reform the Link party. You made Ardean dual blades for every element but thunder. Here, I have to reform the Link party. Oh wait, you guys, someone's gonna have to invite me because you guys are already in the Link party. Yeah, you're already... Wait, wait, are we still in the Link party? Wait, what? Let's do the... Well, okay. Left the Link party? What happened? Oh, you guys are in the Link party. You guys have to invite me. Yeah, let's do 9-star Bolonga and then just whatever Gormagala. Is that an event?
Come on over.
Okay. You know what? Is that guy weak to fire also? Yeah, he's weak to fire. Okay. Okay, in that case... Man, look at all these Omega builds that I made because of Omega. Harvest. Okay, Omega. What? So. Omega healer, Omega complete, Omega S healer. He's weak to fire. Okay, in that case, I'm just gonna bring. I guess I can just bring this. Hold on, what is the ice defense on this thing? Oh yeah, of course it's gonna be good against the Omega elements. I'll bring this and then the fire insect. Well, actually, no. This one. Okay. I don't think I need to eat. Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys want to? Let's do the 9-star. This one, the White Wonder. Let's do this.
Quest accepted.
Yeah, I'll bring the fire weapon, fire dual blade. I might actually not bring this at all. I might bring up, oh, I can bring this. Rathlos Lance. I might want to bring something that's fire and can block.
Welcome back. Can I help you with anything?
I'll see how aggressive he is first if I need to block. Yo, all I really need to do is the 9-star Balonga and then also the Gormagala, and then that's it. So we can just do those 2 hunts. Yeah, regarding the challenge hunt with the new Udra, I might look into how to do the like, what's the strategy, the environmental strategy to do that. I don't know. How long does that go? Like, how much longer is the challenge available? I'll probably try to get B rank, but once I get B rank, I'll probably lose all interest in doing that. He does that whole random thing. Alright, well, I'm going to use the restroom before we go and do the hunt. I'll be back. That was like the random. I accidentally clicked on the paint thing. Rurikon did a video about the gun lance on the environmental. Okay, yeah, Rurikon. It's funny you mentioned Rurikon. Rurikon's like the only like YouTuber that I don't really like watch him all the time, but he's like, when it comes to Monster Hunter, he's like the one YouTuber that I pay attention to for Monster Hunter stuff. Just because he's been doing it for so long. Well, this armor set actually is upgraded, so I actually have decent. I only have guard level 1, but I think that's fine. Because I really think that's the easiest way to do it. Consistently, you gotta use the environments, you gotta sleep him, you gotta use bombs, you have to drop the stalagmite things on him, the 2 different ones, you know. There may be something specific that you have to do with the, you're trying to search. That's because I'm not playing as Gohan. I swapped characters. Hold on, let me, can someone invite Ashen to the link thing? I'm playing as my other character. Yeah, I don't have you. Wait, hold on. I don't think I have you on this character. I swapped characters. Swapped over to PlayStation. PlayStation. I don't know if anybody even understands the reference there. I'm playing as the personification of PlayStation. I don't know if people understand that, then congratulations, because that means you really understand the JRPG franchise. I'm not playing as Dragon Ball Z, I'm playing as PlayStation. Those are the other names. Hold on, let me, here, let me do this. How do I... Link party guests cannot use this function? Wait, what? No, there is a lobby he can join. Hold on. There is a lobby. Right here. You can join this lobby. You can join this lobby that I'm in. Just join this one. Hold on. Lobby ID. And I can invite you from there. TX6W63XV. The Hunter ID is on the screen. Or you could just join my lobby and I'll just add you once you're in the lobby. Okay, you're in here. Wait, do I have to like redo the list? Hold on. There. Here, I'm just gonna send friend request, and then from here... Oh, I can't add you to the link party. Wait, what? Do we need to reform this? How come I... Oh, because I'm... Oh, I can't invite... To, why does it say environment link? Oh, because hold on. Let's yeah, withdraw the quest. Like, yeah. That's probably why. Hold on.
Come back soon.
Wait, why am I unable to invite people? Why am I unable to do this? Oh, that's because I was AFK because we spent too much time talking about Thunderbolt. Wait, why am I unable to invite to the... What? Hold on, why, what? Oh, did Chief become the lead of the Link party when I switched characters? That's probably what happened, right? Yeah. No, your Hunter ID is easy to find. Watch, I'll just find it. Right here, guys. It's on the screen. It's the one that I have highlighted on the screen. Hold on, hold on a second. I think I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna run with I'm gonna actually bring the insect blade. I'm gonna bring the full Omega stuff. Just go 100% Omega. Oh wait, I forgot to use Lucky Voucher. Hold on, I gotta cancel it again.
I'm counting on you.
I keep doing this wrong. Okay, I posted the hunt also. Man, they really need to update the way that they're doing direct storage. The fact that it takes so long for the textures. When you have the high resolution texture pack installed, there's like a weird... There's a bug with Title Update 3 that did not exist in Title Update 1 and 2. With the way they load the textures now when you have the high resolution texture pack enabled. See, like this armor is not loading the textures. And look at the table here. I don't even understand why they're deloading things. Capcom is... the reason why Capcom's doing this is they're trying to make the game easier to run for people who have lower end hardware. And we're complaining about performance problems. Personally, I think they shouldn't have done anything. Because the game at launch... the game doesn't run any better than it did at launch. Maybe it runs like a little bit better for people with lower end PCs, but I don't know if it's worth it because of the way it makes the texture loading work now. For those that are actually running the high resolution texture pack. So it's almost like it's penalizing those with Well, I don't even want to say over spec computers, but like the people with higher end computers now, like the behavior of oh wait, hold on. I think I'm gonna try. Well, I guess we'll try this. Try this. Okay. There we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. Look at that little Omega attacking him. I got the little Omega attacking him. Oh wait, I got stunned. There we go. Now people are gonna get remote resistance. Or they're gonna get the... What do they call this move? It's like the special move. Oh. Big damage, big damage, big damage. I knew it was gonna hit me out of the air. That was stupid. I was dumb on me. It was dumb of me to try to like hit him using the aerial combo when he's not the type of monster that you want to be doing that. That was dumb. Oh man. where's the brow on this guy? Ooh.
Thanks, that helped.
Oh, that almost carded me. Wow. Watch out. Why is it okay? Kept hitting his hind leg with the beetle. Well, that was dumb. That was very dumb. Uh-oh.
Thanks, that helped.
Colossal bone? Wait, what are these? Do these drop anything besides colossal bone? Oh, the pelts.
Thanks, that helped.
He's almost dead. We can actually capture him. If you guys want to capture him. Oh boy.
Thanks, that helped.
Okay, I just need to do Gormagala now. The left trigger on this Xbox Series X controller, I think, is going bad because sometimes the control, like the left, when I'm pressing, like for example, when I'm doing this, when I'm holding down LT to aim, it gets stuck. It's like the trigger, it's like it doesn't instantly release. The right RT doesn't do that, but LT is like getting stuck. So I don't know, it's caused me some weird issues. Earlier on when we were hunting, well, when I was hunting New Udra by myself for the challenge thing, it kept getting stuck on me every time I go into focus mode. So I don't know, I mean, I might need to disassemble the controller to look at what the deal is with that. Because that's really annoying. Alright, let's do Gormagala. I mean, you guys tell me, do you want to do 9-star, or do you just want to do one that gives the ticket? I don't really feel like doing 9-star. I kind of want the tickets on the 8-star. And he's also weak to fire. Let me check something. Oh, I need to check this real fast. Alright, I'll just throw this one up. I need to check Santiago's inventory real quick. You know, it took me forever to get the Sinister Cloth. Is there like an easy way to get Sinister Cloth? Oh, he wasn't even... Yeah, I would say the 9700, it allows me to run the high resolution texture pack while also streaming the game without it, like, stuttering with 4K.
Yeah.
That was a problem that I had with the 9070 XT. 9070 XT was totally fine when not streaming. So I don't have a tempered one, but I have guaranteed gem. I have guaranteed gem. Hold on, I think this one, 3 on this one, 3 on that one. Apparently I don't have, oh, I have a 9, yeah, I don't feel like doing the 9-star. Unless you guys want to do the 9-star. I'll do the 9-star if you guys want to do 9-star. Otherwise, you want a guaranteed Gormagala gem? No, I know you get it from trading. I'm just saying it took forever for me to get it by trading. You need Ancient Wyvern coins? Well, I did it without Ancient Wyvern coins. It took forever. Because you can trade the one guy, the Aloe, the plant thing from the plains. Hold on, is this the only Gormagala available? There's a 9-star. I don't really want to do 9-star though. Yeah, let's just do this one. Yeah, let's get the guaranteed gem. I need to start burning through these investigations anyway. This is late night. What is this one? This one is nighttime. This one's late night. This one has the... I guess we'll just do this one. Oh wait, this is Wounded Hollow. We're gonna hunt him in Wounded Hollow. That means he can't run away. Oh, hold on. Don't join. I'm gonna cancel it. Because I need the, well... I don't want to do Wounded Hollow. You know why? Because that doesn't count. Oh, they're both Wounded Hollow. It doesn't count to cliffs. Do you guys...
Come back soon.
I only have Wounded Hollow. Does anybody care? I mean, because it doesn't count to the daily. Like, it counts for Gormagala. It doesn't count to the cliffs. If anyone was trying to get the cliffs. I personally don't really care too much about doing the complete 3 cliffs. So you guys just want Just want to do the Gormagala one? I don't... Yeah, let's just... Okay. Here, just do this one.
Make sure
Okay.
you're prepared.
I was just checking in case anybody wanted those Dream Spell fireworks.
Yes. Is there anything you need?
Hold on. Cause see, look.
Make a trade.
Look, that's how I got the Sinister Cloth. This took forever. This took forever. Because the Great Windward Aloe. I had to get these to get those Sinister Cloths. That was super annoying. For Sinister Cloth. It was so slow. It took months. But what is the easiest way to get... Do you just do arena for the coins? Wyvern Sprout. I've never even collected a Wyvern Sprout ever. I don't even know where you even get that. Prized as a symbol of... Like, where do you even get that? Parasitic fungus? Where's that even from? Yeah, the heavy armor... Well, no, yeah, you don't have to tell me that. I never have enough heavy armor spheres. Okay. Are they going to add another, You guys know, are they ever going to add like a second arena? Because remember how World had two? World had the special arena and then it had the normal arena. Like it had the arena that's like this game where you can split it into two halves, and then it had the one with the cannons. Are they ever gonna add the one with the cannons? Because the one that had the Dragonator. I really missed that one. Maybe they're gonna bring that in with Gagmazios or something. I don't know. See, okay, big monsters like this are the ones where I use Insect Glaive to just kind of do this. Especially like Xeno'jiiva. Or not Xeno'jiiva. Is it Xeno'jiiva? No, Xeno'jiiva's World. Zoshia. That's what I meant to say. Zoshia, although Xeno'jiiva would also apply. Oh wow, I'm stunned. It's almost dead. There we go. It changes, not always. Yeah, I know. I mean, I wasn't always just that one thing. I'm just saying, like, that I basically didn't use the Wyvern coins to get it. I used whatever other random plants or things that I had to trade. Or those rare stones. I'm just saying it took forever to get Sinister Cloth. It felt like Sinister Cloth was like one of the hardest items to get in the game. The other one that was super annoying was Commission Ticket. Getting the commission tickets from Santiago, I'm like, man, can you just like sail around the same place every time and just bring a commission ticket with you? Like every time. Because in World, there was like a hunt to farm commission tickets, if I remember correctly. Like, it wasn't hard to get those. You need a Zoshia gem? Let me see if I have one. I don't know if I have. Ooh, whoa, I got a lot of these on that one. That was a really good clear time, guys. Like, that was sub 5 minutes. Sub 5 minutes on Gormagala. That was a really good clear time. Alright, let me see. I don't know if I have a Zoshia guaranteed gem. Let me see. That one, okay, yeah, I don't have one. I don't have a guaranteed one. Oh, you're posting one? Okay. Hold on, let me, still 71 minutes on that. This is Zoshia, right? Oh, Zoshia is weak to... Isn't he also weak to fire, or is he weak to dragon? Oh yeah, he's weak to dragon. Okay, he does a lot of fire damage. That's what I remember, and lightning damage. I just remember him doing fire and lightning. I'm gonna make a couple of changes here. So this does not have good thunder resist at all. So do I have? What was I thinking of using here? No, he does a fire attack that's not hard to avoid. So really, it's like thunder. Thunder's like his main thing. That's what I remember. And he's weak to dragon. So here I'm gonna use the dragon, his insect glaive. This one. Wait, why is it equipped with this? Should just use this. The second weapon doesn't really matter. Well, paralysis. Okay, wait a minute. Why am I bringing this? This is an outdated set. I need to go back and redo a lot of these. I was pretty sure I had another one. Oh, whatever. I'll just go with that. Yeah, the lightning attack is the main one. Did I forget to check this? Yeah, this guy's probably the next. Actually, no, that's not right. Well, maybe this will be the next Arch-Tempered. I mean, who's left besides Arkville? But Arkville won't come. Arkville's not going to be an Arch-Tempered probably until next year. I think Zoshia might be the next Arch-Tempered. Because we've done Oilwell Basin. Oh, I guess. Oh no, Jindahad. Jindahad's got to be the next Arch-Tempered. Because it's the ice. They're going in order of like based off of when you encounter them in the story mode. It's gotta be Jindahad next. Oh man, the shield. This is what I mean by I use Insect Glaive against the really big monsters. Because you avoid all the ground attacks. You just avoid like 90% of the ground attacks. You're just like constantly dishing out damage. I mean, it's not super high damage if you're in the air. But this with earplugs, you know, like, he isn't really going to be doing a whole lot. Oh, it's this. Oh, yeah, this part. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Remember the environmentals. Remember the environmentals. Oh wait. Is he? I think so. Yeah. I think the arch-tempered version of this is gonna be really annoying. But I don't think Jindahad. I don't think Jindahad will be that different as arch-tempered. He might have like some other mechanic with where you have to avoid the falling, or like you have to use thing to avoid the ecliptic meteor mechanic. Yeah, Instant Glaive is fun to use against this guy. Especially with earplugs, because when he roars, you don't get knocked out of the sky. Okay, final phase. We have a, there's like a rock on the left side of him to drop on top of him. We want to cut the tail off. Where's that rock? There's a rock. Oh wow! Oh, I'm gonna die of the burn. I'm gonna die. Oh no! I barely lived. I made it. I think you could drop the rock on him. There we go. I wasn't expecting to mount him. I was trying to like see if he was in range for the rock attack. Or the boulder drop, or whatever that's called. Oh yeah, the tail. Don't forget the tail. Does this count as cliffs? Oh no, because this is in the final area. Jindahad was the one in cliffs. Yeah, Jindahad, if we're going by the story, Jindahad should be the next Arch-Tempered. And then Zoshia, and then Arkveld. I expect that's what they're going to do. Because that's exactly what they did with World. And I feel like the same team that made World is the team that made this game. That seemed more tanky than usual. Man, I really need these. Apparently I only had one. Alright. You have at least one more of those if you need it. Okay, yeah, I've never gotten the Zoshia investigation that actually has the guaranteed orb. What was our clear time on that? That was a really good clear time for us. 10 minutes? I'll do that again if you want to do that again. Wait, is he... Yeah, I'll do that again. Although I wonder if... So lightning is the main thing. So is his own weapon doesn't have as good lightning resist. Interesting. Yeah, I always need the gems, man. I always need the gems. Except, I think the bird one and the generic wyvern one. I think those I've got like 20 plus of those. But these other ones, I've got like none of them. Yeah, I think Archtemper Arkveld will be the last one before the expansion. The expansion for this, for Wilds, is probably going to be early. Well... I think it would be sometime in 2027, wouldn't it? Uh-oh. If I can get the third wound on him. If I can get the fourth one, probably not. I don't think I have enough stamina. Yeah. Oh well. I think Blast is good against him. I'm not sure. I didn't check. But the little Omega is doing some good blast damage to him. Oh wait, no, I'm not using the little Omega. Wait, yeah I am. I think I swapped over to it. Oh man, those aerial ones. Those aerial ones are so good to pull off. Those aerial focus strikes with Insect Glaive. Oh man, that's so cool. That's like my favorite thing to be able to pull off when there's an option to do it. Uh-oh. We all need to sharpen. Alright, this is it. Wait, what happened? Some people got disconnected. Alright, hold on. Well, are you still in the link party? Hold on, are you... I can't even tell. Hold on. Uh-oh. Hold on. Yeah, you're not even in the link party. Hold on. Wait, for some reason, I can't... Oh, I'm not the leader. I can't invite you. Oh, boy. Don't forget the environment. Yeah, you're not in the link party. We're gonna want to be behind him for this. Someone else, so whoever's the leader of the link party is gonna have to re-invite him because I can't invite him. Someone see if you can re-invite him so he can join. Alright, I invited you. I was able to. I don't know why I couldn't do it earlier. It said something about you're still in a group. Alright, I guess I was able to invite him somehow. Whoa, what the? He should be able to join now, though. We haven't dropped... Have we dropped this stuff on him? That can hit his tail. Yeah, we should need to drop the environment on him. Going final phase. There's still one more environment drop. Oh no. He's gonna go toward, yeah. There we go, okay. Oh boy. Oh.
Come on over.
Everyone here has been doing well, Hunter.
Does anybody know why those random disconnects happen though? Like, has anyone has Capcom or like anyone in the Monster Hunter community been able to figure out why that happens? Where people just randomly disconnect during a hunt? Because this is the only game that I play where that happens. That doesn't happen in like Battlefield. That doesn't happen in Night Rain. It doesn't happen in other games. It's weird. Okay, well, it's fine. Whatever. It happens. Yeah, I'm surprised you had the one that had the gem. I mean, I've never gotten one of those. I think I've gotten like 1 or 2 Jindahads that had gems, but I don't think I've ever gotten a Zoshia that had a guaranteed gem. I just remember when Title Update 1 came out and everyone was spamming Zoshia, there were people who had investigations with guaranteed gems, and man, it was like almost impossible to get into those SOS hunts because like they would just be instantaneously full. Oh, screen went blank? Hmm. Well, your computer didn't, like, restart or anything, right? Restarting computer typically means, if it's restarting computer, then it's like power supply, or it's like power supply tripping over current protection for whatever reason. Or, I'm trying to think what else it could be, I don't know. If it's like the screen's going black, I mean, that sounds kind of like the PCI Gen 5 thing that I found with the Asus motherboard. You know what I've never done? I've never completed the Street Fighter thing. I've never completed this. I don't know why. This was available, I think, during Title Update 1. Which was like April. And I never did this. I don't know why. It's just been, it's like the only side mission on the backlog that I never did. It's like, I don't know why. I probably should do that at some point and get the Akuma fighting style, but haven't done it on either character. So it's like, I don't know why. It's just like, I've never done the Akuma thing. I probably should do that to get rid of that annoying quest ultimate strength. Search the middle stratum for carcasses. I've never done that. Well, no, if it's overheating, your computer will shut off. If a component is overheating, it will send a signal. Now, obviously, it'll try to thermal throttle, but if it's like thermal throttling and it's still overheating, it'll shut off the computer. The motherboard temperature sensors are supposed to shut off the computer. I think the shut-off point for a CPU is 110 or 100. I think it's 115 degrees Celsius. And for GPU, I don't know what it is, actually. Because GPUs have gotten ridiculous in the past couple of years in terms of temperatures. In terms of, like, hotspots and memory. You had a screen go blank on PS5 half an hour ago. I've never had that happen on PlayStation 5. If screens are flickering, that usually means it could be a cable problem, though, guys. That sounds like a cable problem. The only time I've ever had issues with monitors flickering or occasional, that's usually a cable. But that weird issue that I experienced with the ARC GPU, the Intel Arc B50, and the Asus motherboard trying to allow it to run at Gen 5 on a slot that's not meant to run Gen 5. I now know what can cause weird audio noise, like audio hitching, audio mechanical sounding, people talking like they're not talking normally. PCIe signaling integrity issues. The third PCIe connector on a 5700 XT died. I didn't even know 5700 XTs could have triple 8-pin. I thought they were only dual 8-pin. PCIe connector on the 5700 XT died and would trigger OCP protection if I tried to boot. Oh, on a Strix 3080. Yeah, those could have triple 8-pin. You know, I don't understand. You know how the 30 series was allowed to have regular 8-pins? But then Nvidia didn't allow 40 series and 50 series to have that? If they were the higher, like from, I guess, the 70 class and up, were forced to use the 12-volt high-power cable. I don't know why they don't just make that optional. To me, that's ridiculous. Because if it's, like, on the AMD cards, it's optional. Like, if ASRock or Sapphire or XFX, if they want to use the 12-volt high-power cable, they can choose to do so, but they don't have to. I don't understand why it's a mandatory thing on the GeForce cards. Because if I could choose between standard 8-pin or 12-volt, I would choose standard 8-pin any day over the week. Especially as someone who changes hardware a lot. Because I don't like that 12-volt thing, because it's like you can't really disconnect and reconnect that very often. So you're stuck, like, leaving it connected for a long time, or you're stuck, like, using the 8-pin adapter, the octopus cable, which is, it looks so messy from a cable management standpoint. It just never looks good. Well, I don't think he has the hunt anymore. That was his last one. And let me see. I don't have guaranteed gems.
How can I serve?
Is there a Zoshia for this? See, I only have 2 white gleam orbs. And one was from... Actually, yeah, one was from the hunt that we did earlier.
Somebody wants to make a trade. I can help you source materials. Okay, come back anytime.
Yeah, if it wasn't the way it was, I would be okay with it too. But unfortunately, it's the way it is. Which is why I don't like it. Ideally, it would be nice if you could run... You know what? I don't understand why they haven't done anything with PCIe cabling, in the sense that it would be nice if PCIe cabling was set up for redundancy, meaning you could run the GPU with just one cable, or you could plug a second one in for load balancing, so that would power balance across the 2 of them, and you wouldn't, you know what I mean? But if one of them was bad, like in the event where that scenario you described, where one PCI connector failed, the other one could still be overspec'd enough to carry the entire wattage. I don't know. Weakness exploit, probably. Well, latent power is kind of interesting. I mean, you have to kind of... Latent power gives you certain burst windows, so your damage is increased within those windows. Weakness exploit, I think, is like always available. Or weakness exploit. Is weakness exploit when there's a wound, or is it... I think it's... I can't remember. I think it might function a little bit differently. I think weakness exploit is better, though, in general. The thing that I'm noticing right now, though, the pump on the radiator has been making a funny sound. It started happening, like, for the last 45 minutes of the stream. I don't think it's an issue. Actually, let me see something here. Yeah, I've fired up hardware info to check my CPU temperature to see if the pump was causing a problem. No, it's 55 Celsius. The threadripper is running at 55 Celsius under load. The highest it's gotten is 59. 59 Celsius on a threadripper. So this Silverstone AIO is legit. Like, we've been streaming for like 5 hours. And Monster Hunter's been up and running the whole time. And the hottest this CPU has gotten, and this is a Threadripper, guys, like 59 degrees Celsius. That AIO is industrial grade. It's like, dang. Wow, it's like 55 Celsius right now. And it's Core 0 is doing like 5.4. Core 0, my best performing core is in the first CCD, and this has 4 CCDs. Core 0, Core 1, Core 4, and Core 5. Those are my 4 best cores. They're all 5.4 gigahertz. They're all boosting up to 5.4 gigahertz on a threadripper. That is pretty insane while gaming and running all this random other stuff in the background. Like, okay, you want to do that, Zoshia? You have a regular one. What do I have that has guaranteed? I think all I have is a bunch of Gormagalas, guys. If you want to do a bunch of Gormagalas, I've got... Well, actually, hold on. It might be on my other character. Let me see what I have guaranteed gems. I've got guaranteed new Udra, not tempered. So this is like the speedrun style. If you need new Udra gems... apparently, I only got 1 new Udra gem. But I've got a guaranteed new Udra. I've got... Rathian, Balahara. I've got, oh, if you want Arkveld, I've got like a ton of guaranteed Arkvelds, both tempered and non-tempered. We got Guardian Rathlos, Hirabami, Bird. Oh, I've got a Sergio Dissenter. Apparently, I need that. That's on my wish list. I've got a guaranteed new Uthduna. But apparently I have like 18 of those. Guaranteed radeon. A whole bunch of Gormagalas probably. Okay, we got this thing too. Odogarin, Shuwu. I don't know why I have this. I should delete this investigation. I don't like investigations that don't have guaranteed gems. Here's a regular Arkveld. Yeah, I've got the guaranteed Sergio. Dude, every time I post this, if I post a guaranteed Sergio, literally SOS, auto SOS pulls in like 3 other hunters within like 30 seconds. It's insane. Like, apparently everybody is looking for the Sergio stuff. I don't know why. Yeah, basically a whole bunch of, I got a lot of Uthduna, apparently. And Shuwu, Gormagala. Oh, I got another new Udra. I got like 2 new Udras, guaranteed gem. Rathlos. Arkveld. I used to have a guaranteed Jendahad, but I used that one up, so I don't have that anymore. Which one do you want to do? You want to do the Sergio one? Or do you want to just do the Zoshia that he said that he had? I feel like we should do Sergio when it's an actual daily.
Of course. Come back anytime.
You want to just do the Zoshia again? I feel like I have time for like one more. I'm starting to feel really tired. And this is the night that we're supposed to roll the clock back. If I remember correctly. At 2 a.m. it repeats 2 a.m. twice. Yeah, I kind of want to do Zoshia. Just because I feel like we weren't supposed to lose that run. I don't know how I still have insurance. I don't know why I still have insurance, even though I feel like there was so many carding in that one. Like, how? You think Arch-Tempered Zoshia is gonna be really hard? My guess is, so we get Arch-Tempered somebody in January. It's probably Jindahad. And then Zoshia would be April of next year. And then Arch-Tempered Arkveld will probably be in the summer. Next summer. So it should be what? July? Arch-Tempered Arkveld will be July. And then at that point in time, or sometime before that time, Capcom will announce whatever the Iceborne of this game will be.
You're always aiming for new
For like sometime in 2027 is my guess. I mean, that sounds believable. The beetle ended up getting the thing that I didn't want. Don't know why it got these things. There we go. Yeah, I remember hunting Zoshia when he was new in Title Update 1 with the Radeon Gamma. Because remember, Radeon was the first Arch-Tempered, and he was Title Update 1 also. And I remember this armor set was very good because of the lightning immunity. Yeah, Insect Glaive is pretty fun against like really gigantic monsters like this. I don't find it that fun to play against some like medium or small monsters. I'd rather run like dual blades against smaller monsters. It looks kind of flashy. I feel like this one and Longsword have the flashy moves. I just feel like Insect Glaive is really good against Zoshia just because there's lots of like parts you have to break off of him. And he does a lot of ground attacks and AoEs, and pretty much most of that can be completely avoided using Insect Glaive. Look at that. I flew over that fire. I completely flew over his entire fire breath attack right there. It took like no damage. Now if I have to be high enough in the air though. If I wasn't high enough, I would have gotten clipped by the fire, because that happened in the previous hunt. Oh, okay. Now he really is. He targeted me now. Okay. Just doing that one move where I think you gotta be like behind him or something. Like, I actually don't know how to avoid that if you're in front of him when he does that one move. Like, I have no idea. I guess you gotta either be like super far away from him or you have to be directly behind him. That's like his weirdest attack, because it just decides to do it at some random part in phase 2. Oh, wait, don't forget the, did we drop the thing on him? Uh-oh. Oh, he knocked me out of the air. We can, I think there's like a thing we could drop on him on the other side of the... Okay, yeah. Oh boy. Oh, that was nice. That was really good. See, those are the most satisfying... Those are the most satisfying moves to pull off with Insect Glaive. Those aerial wound breaks Don't forget the tail. Yeah, the new Udra, to do that challenge run, hey, that's solo only, right? Is the new Udra challenge run solo only? We can't do that as a link party. It's probably much harder to reach those time thresholds, though, in multiplayer, I would imagine. Because it takes a very coordinated group. Because I feel like to do it solo and get A rank, it's already a very coordinated strategy that you have to execute. Whereas with, I don't know, with a group, it would be interesting to see, like, is it even possible? Or is it a single player only thing? Is this only available for... There's gotta be a camp that's, like, closer to him. It's solo only. Hold on, let me see. Let me see what happens. I don't think we're gonna be... Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know what the closest camp is. I guess this one? Wait, that's the base camp. Wait, I don't have any camps that are closer to this thing? I guess this one. Mining cave. It looks like it can be done as a group. Hold on, let me see. This would require like changing the entire build though. See? Oh, look, it allows 4 people. It allows 4 people. Although I don't know, I feel like the time on that, 14 minutes with 4 people. Do you think that's possible? I don't know about that. Maybe B. Oh, you did it in Rurikon Street? Hey, did it get A rank? I have to go with a completely different build for that. New Udra Gamma. Oh, wait, I got a water... I got the water hammer. Wait, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Should I bring the hunting horn for this? I feel like that's my best... Yeah, that's my best thing besides the hammer. I got that water hammer. Hey, what does this have? Slugger. Slugger 3, speed eating 3. But no wide range, so I'd have to heal people with the other thing. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Oh, hold on. I have to change the build. I have to completely get rid of the environmental thing. Yeah, I gotta modify this. I need adaptability. Instead of recovery, I need the... Yeah, this. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah, I want this Divine Blessing 3, Adaptability 2. I guess Speed Eating is also good. Why am I using the Defense Charm? Oh, I guess I could give myself something with wide range. Oh wait, Quick Sheath. Quick Sheath is good. Focus. What does focus do? Increases fill. Oh, that doesn't use that. Wait, focus works on hammers, right? Weapons with charge rate for weapons with charge attacks. Does the hammer count? Because it technically has that charge up swing. I might actually bring this. I already have Slugger 3. Probably Part Breaker 3. And stun resistance, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what the last one. Oh, actually, wait, wide range. I should probably bring wide range to heal people, or maybe recovery speed. Yeah, recovery speed. How is the FPS and what? It's like here. Let me bring up the overlay thing real fast. There. It's like 96 frames per second.
You won't want to miss out on this.
Oh wait, do I need to eat? No. Alright, let's do this. I'm bringing that water hammer. Apparently I have that water hammer on this character. Let's see if my... Don't forget, we gotta use the environment. I better have my bombs. Did I bring the bombs? Yeah, I got the bombs. Alright, let's go. Speed eating. Alright, I'm going in. I'm going in Gilly Mantle. I'm gonna sneak attack him. Alright, here we go. This is it. Trying to get me with that stuff. We gotta go big damage. We gotta go big damage. If I can just hit the head or the back of him, I can like stun him really easily with the hammer. There we go. Resentment activated. There we go. See? Staggering from the hammer. Uh-oh. There we go. We're using like 24 gigs of VRAM though. See that? The amount of VRAM that this game requires? It's insane. At 4K. There we go. Burst activated. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, I gotta heal up. Speed eating. We're at the 5-minute mark. We need to get him to transition soon to the next area. If he gets to the next area at the 7-minute mark, we're still on track. We're still on track. Oh boy. Oh boy. Ooh. Okay, we got him to move at 5 minutes. We got him to move at 5 minutes. That's good. We're on track for A. Well, maybe not A, but we're close. We're close. We're kind of like at the threshold. We really need to get those. We have to nail the environmental here, because it does so much damage in multiplayer. And because of the overlay, I can't see the buffs, so I don't know what my timer is on those. So I might have to shut that overlay off. That's why I don't like the overlay. See if you can sleep him. Or wherever the cliff is. We need to get him to the cliff. Or not the cliff. The stalagmite thing needs to be dropped on him. Is he at it? I can't tell. Whoever he's chasing, try to lure him to the thing. We're at the halfway mark. There. There we go. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, that big spin. Full combo, full combo. Oh, oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh! I died. I'm going back in, I'm going back in. Okay, he went to sleep. I'm bringing the bombs. Although I don't think we have enough time.
Let's set a bomb. Bomb set.
I set a bomb.
You know, we can also use traps. We have to slay him, but we can still use traps to slow him down. Don't forget about the traps.
Okay.
Thanks, that helped. Thanks.
That helped. Got me.
Trap set.
Oh, he's running away? Oh, okay, we're doing pretty good, guys. We're doing really good, actually.
Thanks, that helped.
We're doing really good. He didn't... Alright, I'm going in. I'm going in fast. Oh no, tenacity. Tenacity. Whoo, man. There's a wound on his back. I can't get to it. There, I got to it. He's almost dead. Oh man, we gotta finish him off in in a minute and a half. You have traps? Throw out the traps. Put the traps. Someone put a trap down. Don't let him run. Oh man, it's so close. We're gonna get A. Someone throw a trap.
Oh, man, we're gonna get A, guys. We have less than a minute. We have less than a minute. We have less than a minute. Someone put a trap down. Put a trap down. We need to hold him in place to finish him off. We need to use the traps to do that. Someone put a trap. Oh, man. Okay, okay. This is it. Oh, it's gonna close. Oh, 3 seconds. We were off by 3 seconds. We were 3 seconds, guys. We almost had A rank right there. We almost had A rank. We were literally 3 seconds off. Oh my god. That was like on some random run too. Some random run. See, the trick is you have to use the traps. Like when in the second half you want to trap him a lot so that he can't like keep running around. Oh man, I know everybody needs to bring the traps. You don't need to bring the tranquilizer, but you need to bring the traps. Traps and bombs. If he goes to sleep, we gotta throw the bombs down. Oh man, we can actually do A rank on this as a group. It's just, yeah, wow. Yeah, I carded also. If we didn't card, we would have definitely had it because we would have had enough DPS because of the cards. But even with the cards, though, we could have made A. We were literally off by 3 seconds. Wow. So wait, does this mean that all 4 of us are guaranteed the B reward? I got the title. Alright, I gotta get... And that was with the overlay on that was blocking my view of the buffs. So you guys can see... It's like, obviously there's the performance, so... The game uses like 24 gigs of VRAM. Okay, you guys want to do that again? Alright, hold on. Yeah, everybody needs to bring... You know, I'm going to upgrade this one. Hold on. Yeah, everyone needs to bring Mega Bombs, Pitfall, and Shock Trap. Man, I can't believe we were... Even with carts, we were like 3 seconds off. I'm bringing, I'm gonna bring this. Oh, I need to bring the dust thing too, just in case. Man, the water hammer is very good. The Balahara water hammer is good at making him, like, flinch and trip a lot. Oh wait.
You again, Hunter.
Oh, do I need to eat? 20 minutes. I probably should re-eat. What is Tumbler? I might actually take, wait, Moxie? Moxie prevents fainting, but doesn't this armor set already have that? Isn't that what one of the abilities of this set? Yeah, this already has it, so I don't actually need Moxie. Repeatedly activates a large temporary attack boost at random intervals.
Increases the number of rewards for fully excluding. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna go with this one. I need to use the restroom first. Bring 2 mega barrels and 2 large barrels. Oh, yeah. I'll bring the barrels. I'll go get the regular ones. I'll be back. Yeah, so this GPU this GPU is basically a 9070 XT with 32 gigs of VRAM. The nice thing about it though is because of the 32 gigabytes, it doesn't slow down when running high resolution texture pack, upscaling to 4K, while still also giving me access to FSR4. But it's noisy, so I don't recommend this for gaming because it's loud. The GPU's loud. Because of the blower style. You can sneak up where the sleep toads are. Save your ghillie for phase 2. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta go get the bombs. Get the regular bombs also and the materials. And then what do I need to bring? I need to bring the materials to craft the So I need to bring Devil's Blight, right? Okay. Equip luring pods. Do I need to change the camp? Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Let me change the departure needs to be different. Hold on. Hold on. Let me redo it. Yeah, I'm gonna change the starting location. So, I don't... Is there one that's closer than this one? Area 14 Mining Cave? I think Area 14 Mining Cave is on the same floor. There is this one? Area 9 or Area 14? I think Area 9 you have to drop down. Or something. I'm not sure where you have to go. Last time I did Area 14. He's in 17. So you basically just run across 14 and 15 to get to him. That did help. It did make a big difference. It's closer than the base camp. That's where I started last time, and I was so close to him when I started. You'll see. Wait, what is this? Oh, I got the thing. Yeah, Area 14 is where I'm starting. Alright.
Let's be on our way.
Don't forget to grab the thing. The rock burst, so that if you get grabbed by him, you can, like, get out of that really fast. See, this is definitely faster than... I don't know if it's, like, a lot faster, but it's definitely faster. Alright, this is it. Uh-oh. We need to be around less than 7 minutes. Better oil. Watch out. Oh, I'm out the edge.
Oh, man. Did I do oil? Okay, I'm stuck at the corner. I'm stuck behind him. It's okay. All right, that's good. That's good. That's actually, we're actually doing a little bit better. We're actually like 4 or 5 seconds faster on phase 1 than we were on the first run. Because we were like 5 minutes 36, and now they were like 5 minutes and like 27 or 28. So we're actually doing a little bit better. Okay, this part, whoever knows what to do the thing. What do we do? Do we gilly him? What do we do, guys? I'm gilling him. I don't know what to do. Okay, someone just do the thing. All right. Oh, you. Oh, put the bombs. Put the bombs. Put the bombs. Put the bombs. Well, that did damage to him. It did damage. What do we do? What do we do? Do we need to lure him? Someone needs to lure him or what? There's like another rock formation that can be dropped on him somewhere. It's like it's over there on the left, I think. Oh, man. Oh wait, you sleeped him? You sleeped him.
Set a bomb.
Bomb set.
Bomb set. Let's set a bomb.
Oh yeah, big combo, big combo. That was the full combo. Oh. We need that basil geese. Someone needs to bring that basil geese in here. We need a turf war. We need that basil geese. I forgot what his name is in this game. He has like a different name, a Yarakan. I call him basil geese without wings. Because I always forget the guy's name. So I'm like, he does blast, and he's annoying, and he just randomly shows up, just like basil geese. So I call him basil geese. Should we be putting the traps on him? Oh man. Oh boy, I need to... Oh man, he's gonna try to burn me down. Alright, we're getting him good, we're getting him good. He's running away already. Wow, we're doing really good, we're doing really good. We're going to phase 3 with it's less than 10 minutes. We got like, what, almost 4, less than 4, okay, like 4 minutes.
Thanks. That helped.
What is in here? It's in this phase where I think we need to start using traps. There. Almost. He has a skull. He has a skull. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Right, get him. Get him. Oh, that random roar. Alright, we got him. We have to get him in 2 minutes. Whoever still has traps, you need to get your traps ready. Have the traps ready. The heck? Oh. Got him. Oh, man. Nice. Okay. I knew we could do that. 12 minutes, 43 seconds. How long is this still available? Like, how long until it goes away? I kind of want to try that on my other character. I'm gonna have to look up like a way to do that like really fast. That guy said Camp 14. Oh wait, no, that was the old comment. Everybody was so focused. Everybody was so focused. We didn't even have only... Wasn't there only like one... Somebody carded and you... No, no one carded. No one carded. Not even like with insurance. That's the reason why it was under 13 minutes. If we had one card, we would have gotten like 13 minutes and like 20 seconds or something. Man, that was good. Wow. No cards. Yeah, that was good. There was a Leroy Jenkins. It wasn't me. I put the ghillie mantle up and I was waiting to see what you were gonna do.
So wait, how does it work? So it's like Capcom will take this away after a while. Do they repeat these things occasionally? These arena challenge, the free challenge quest? I knew the water hammer would be good. Because earlier, when I was on my other character, I was like, man, I need like a water hammer or something. Because the water hammer will make him flinch, and it does so much damage to him. It'll stun him a lot. I had the hunting horn as a backup, but I didn't end up using it at all. I'll probably have to craft like an Ardean water on my other character if I want to attempt this again. I can't believe on our first random try we did 14. We were like 3 seconds within completing that in time. That's crazy. Three weeks after the festival, you'll get the pendants that hang from the... Oh, yeah, those... Yeah, that's... I know. I'm just saying, like, so the free challenge... The free challenge will go away at a certain point. I would imagine. Like, this... How long will this be available? You don't think they come back because you've never seen the radeon one pop up again? No.
I'm not going anywhere.
They probably come back like once the I don't know, I have to look into Monster Hunter World to see if they ever repeated the ones in World, if they even did them in World. They probably repeat them, they probably do them like once a year. It's probably when the festival comes back. It'll probably be next spring for radeon. I have a feeling it would probably be once a year. I don't think it's like a one-time deal. That'd be insane. Like, they do it, they allow people to do it like that one time and then it's gone forever. That is so FOMO. That is like Genshin Impact levels of FOMO right there. That's like the summer events in Genshin Impact, which never repeat. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it probably repeats every festival. Meaning, radeon will come back in April. This one will come back in October of next year. The Uthduna one will be in July. If there's a... Well, there wouldn't be a Jindahad. Wait a minute. So how would they do... I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Jindahad is the next Arch-Tempered monster, though. I would assume. Alright, guys. Yeah, that's a good way to end the stream right there. That's ending the stream on a high note. So, yeah, that was good. I'm gonna look up some, like, insane strategies that people come up with for that. That was just us, like, doing... Well, somebody knew what to do. I didn't know what to do other than, in Phase 3 and 4, use the traps. Like, basic strategy right there. But alright, guys. Yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. I'm just happy that this AI threadripper workstation thing can be used for gaming, and it works really well. Although I will say the noise level from the graphics card, with the headphones on and with the computer on the floor, it's tolerable, but the blower style is noisy. So if you're someone who really cares about noise while gaming, I would not recommend this graphics card. It is unfortunate because I wish if AMD would have made like a 9070 XT with 32 gigs of VRAM, that would have been really, really good. But, I mean, this is essentially that graphics card, but this is meant for professional workstation stuff. But every time I look at Task Manager, and when playing this game, and I see how it's using like 23 gigs of VRAM, to play this game. And this is the only way to legitimately get FSR 4 compared to trying to run this on like a 7900 XTX and not having access to FSR 4. To see, like, I actually have FSR 4 working in here. I need to go back and see if there's a way to get FSR 4 to work reliably on RDNA 3, though. Because 7900 XTX is still really, really good. That GPU, I feel like 7900 XTX and RTX 4090, those two cards, because they're 24GB graphics cards, will age so much better than everything else. And I guess to a lesser extent, the 7900 XT that has 20GB of VRAM, that one will probably age not as well as the other two, but man, the 24GB GPUs from the last generation are still really good GPUs. 4090 especially, but it was super expensive. 7900 XTX though, that was definitely the smart choice for people who got it back then, especially when it was on clearance sale for like sub $1,000. I remember when those things were going for like $750, man. 750 24 gigs of VRAM with 4080 super levels of performance, or 5070 Ti super 5070 Ti levels of performance. That being 700 XTX is really good value. Because that VRAM on that card can play this game without having to go to a professional GPU with the way that I play the game. If you have to beat Jindahad in 12 minutes. I don't know how they'll do that, though. So far... Oh, actually, no, they will do it. They will do it. I don't think it'll be 12 minutes. It would be like... The maximum would be 14 or something. Well, I don't know. They'll have to scale it based off of, you know, something. Like... But yeah, Jindahad's next. I'm pretty sure. Jindahad's next. He's going to be in January, very end of December, and most of January will be the next festival. I figured it out. I figured out the pattern. It's always like the very end of the previous quarter. So, actually, no. It's going to be January. It's always the first month. The festivals are first month of every quarter of the year. So, Winter Festival is January. Spring Festival is April. Summer Festival is July. Fall Festival, now, October, essentially. And then there's a little bit of, like, depending on when it starts, it might bleed over to the next month. Like, right now we're in November, but it's going to end, like, after this coming week, or this week. So, yeah, that's typically how these work. So I feel like Gagmazios will be like Omega. They'll do Title Update 4. He'll be available. There will not be a Winter Festival. Then Winter Festival shows up. And then Arch-Tempered Jindahad will happen in January. So we got Gagmazios first, then Jindahad in that order. Just like how it was here. We had Omega first for like a few weeks. Then the festival with Arch-Tempered Uthduna. Yeah, that's pretty insane. But see, that's the kind of thing, that sort of thing, perfect evading the meteor, or is one of those things where it's like, the timing on that is so precise, probably, that I wouldn't even bother. I've seen so many, like, man, what are those videos, like, perfect, like, Final Fantasy 16... on Final Fantasy difficulty, Clive fighting Odin and doing a no damage, no hit run where he doesn't get hit once. He like parries and evades perfectly everything. Like that's exactly what that kind of thing is. Perfect evading Jindahad's meteor. Alright guys, well, I'm gonna go ahead and get on out of here. Thank you all for tuning in. That was awesome. I will see you guys probably on Tech Thursdays. There will most likely there'll be no stream tomorrow. And then I don't know, maybe there will be a stream on Tuesday. But obviously Tech Thursdays and then next weekend. So thanks for tuning in, guys. I will see you guys next time. And take care.